Welcome to Clash Masters, the grandest community event in all of Clash of Clans with the biggest prize pools and the best teams. It's my pleasure to be casting. My name's Woody, and I'm joined here today by Itsu. How are you doing, my friend?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great. Super excited for the matches today. We have today our first group, but I think we should jump right into the format because today we have the start of the playoffs. With this, we have the groups which I just mentioned. So let's take a look at the format, at the brackets and everything. So let's get started. We have the playoff format, which means we have 8 teams which qualified over the last 4 weeks. And those 8 teams are now getting divided into groups. Each group consists of 4 teams. And we have now today the group number A, which means out of this group, 2 teams advancing. And today we have the same with Group B, and those 2 teams each are going to battle it out to make sure that at the end we have 1 champion, 1 winner, and 1 winner for the, well, silver, for the wildcard silver ticket for Clash Worlds as well, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu. I think it bears repeating also to remind the viewers how difficult it was to get here. We had 3 weeks of competition where teams had a chance to earn points for the ClashMSTRS playoffs. And then the last chance qualifier just this past week, it was the 4 teams with the most points and the 4 teams that ranked in the top 4 of the last chance qualifier that made it here today. They've been subdivided out into 2 groups. And like you mentioned, we have 4 teams now ready to duel in Group A. The top 2 teams from a double elimination bracket today are going to the playoffs tomorrow where we've got a lot on the line. Why don't we go ahead and look at that bracket and take a considered glance at the teams that will be battling it out first, Itsu.
That's right. We have in the bracket Nishang Dance versus Reported. This is our first matchup. Right after that, we have Space Station versus Team Zex. And this is going to be a double elimination bracket. The winner of the upper bracket is going to get a spot, and the winner of the lower bracket is going to get a spot as well. This is just the action for today, which means we're going to play all of those matches listed on your screen right now, which means it's going to be a long day with a lot of Clash, so it's going to be perfect.
Right, you are. 5 excellent matches are awaiting you today, and we will have our grand finals on Wednesday and Group B finals tomorrow. So that's just the structure of the next 3 days. We have got some amazing matches with some really stellar clans that have qualified here. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at what is on the line, Itsu, because the prizes for this tournament are out of this world.
That's right. We have only for the qualifiers, which were happening the last couple of weeks, but they were already pretty good. But the playoffs, Woody, 5,000 for the first seed. That's a lot of money with a prize pool of overall of $20,000. That's a lot of money which is on the line.
Right, half of that prize pool is available this week for the playoffs, and that's just the cash money. We have an amazing opportunity to hand out a Clash of Clans World Championship Silver Wild Card ticket to the team that wins the Clash Masters. That gives them an opportunity to compete in the last chance qualifier for a spot in the Clash of Clans World Championship $1 million prize pool event. So we have a satellite opportunity available for the top team emerging from the Clash Masters.
And we have our first attack on the way as well. The Moon is coming in with the Log Launcher and with his Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders. One of the most powerful strategies right now, especially because those skeleton spells are so good against the Single Inferno Towers, which we have quite a bit in those bases at the moment because you need to defend against Queen Charger as well. So let's see how those Inferno Dragons can get through this base, and he is still saving that Warden ability, but the Warden is going towards that top side, which means, well, how is he going to get that tower, Woody?
That's a good question. He's already spent his siege machine, and he doesn't really have a whole lot left to throw at this base. He is saving onto that Royal Champion, though, and she can deal a lot of damage where it's needed most. Rage is up right into the core with another free spell as well to take care of that single target Inferno, and targeting onto the Air Sweeper next. It'll be out of commission, but there's still a couple of air defenses that have just been pounding away at these troops. One in the Town Hall compartment, and then one up on the top side. Town Hall will be going down with a few clever blows from that Barbarian King. The second star is claimed, but the triple's going to be mighty tough.
Yeah, that Queen still going, I feel like, is right now clutch, especially with the Royal Champion coming in from the top side as well. And those skeletons, we talked about that. This skeleton spell on the back end is so powerful for those heroes. If there is no multi-inferno tower, and the Royal Champion with her pet Lassie can easily finish off this base. I mean, he has over 1 minute still left. Just only a couple of cleanup things to do at this point for his heroes, which means we have AS Monster, we have Nishang Dance, which are playing from their Monster Clan, starting with their first 3-star. So really good start for them into this match against Reported. And we have the Royal Champion finishing off this base, and Moon going in with that 100%. A nice start. And as we typically see from Nishang Dance, they always start off with those air spamming type of attacks, and then they're transitioning over to like other type of attacks like Queen Charges, for example. So let's see if that's going to be the same story today, or if they're going to mix things up just a little bit.
Well, great attack to start things off for Nishang Dance, able to even hold on to that Archer Queen ability to the end and swag it for maximum effect. Great aerial attack. We often see a lot of these Dragon Rider hits early on in the war from attackers that feel like bases may not necessarily be best prepared to defend against them. So you can see the score reported now at the bottom of the screen. Nishang Dance and Repotted Gaming in your first match of this double elimination bracket, with an advancement by Nishang Dance, a perfect 3-star. Often what happens here is with hit rates that are approaching the 60, 70, and even maybe 80% threshold for some of these clans, is that it's the first team that gets that win when their opponents can't answer with a 3-star, that gain that upward momentum and an opportunity to close it out. Teams that win typically have upwards of 13 stars, sometimes even 14, or perfect wars entirely, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. In the current meta, a lot of teams are scoring a lot of stars typically. The Sergi, which we have just seen as one of the most successful ones, like right now with the Dragon Riders and the Inferno Dragons, an incredible, powerful combination, especially with this skeleton spell, as we were talking about, countering the current meta setup of base. So I would expect to see there's a couple of more over the day, obviously. But we have Reported coming in next, and they so far did a lot of Lalo attacks when they were qualifying. So looking forward to see that again from them. Maybe they're going to switch things up just a little bit, but they were really, really strong with those Lalo attacks over the qualifier phase with like Blizzard combinations or Queen Charges. So looking forward to see what they have in store for us in this matchup, Woody.
Excellent point, Itsu. The ClashMSTRS tournament has really seen a bit of a reshaping of the meta in between the closed Clash of Clans World Championship monthly qualifiers. We saw a lot of air attacks in the past couple of weeks, and it seems that that will still remain the case, despite the fact that Nishang Dance from the Chinese community, a lot of Chinese clans were playing ground-based P.E.K.K.A. Smash and even Super Witch hits, moving in with hybrid Hog Rider Miner attacks. They have stuck to their Western counterparts as meta for the time being, and will be using those aerial hits. First off was that Dragon Rider strike, but Timtastic is going to be moving in next with Lava Hounds and Balloons, another tried and true tested strategy. In fact, going to be using a jump spell as well, trying to get these heroes over the hedges somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to jump into that core, and Timtastic is one of the best Blizzard attackers out there. He's incredible skill with this strategy. But there is a triple Ice Golem Clancaster in there, which is like one of the worst at this point, I feel like, because it's going to stall so long. You can see those freezes now happening for the defense, which means those Ice Golems are popping like non-stop, and which means this King is taking quite a bit. But as well, take a look at, there's only one Expo on this King, and this King is tanking forever. It's pretty much in like, it's taking so much damage, and meanwhile we have the Royal Champion circling the base, and at this point I'm asking myself, he's approaching the 50% mark, but this base looks already gone, especially with that Royal Champion taking down the top side as well. Yes, it's going down versus that defending King, but at the same time, I mean, he's even getting the Eagle out of the way. Where is that base at this point? It's one scatter shot and one defending air hero at this point left, and I don't know how this base should even have a chance.
Yeah, this is an incredibly dominant stage 1 strike for Timtastic, knocking apart half the base with so many troops and spells still left to use here. The cleanup is going to come in relatively late, but it doesn't matter because there's not a whole lot left to clean up. Like you said, just 24% at this point and a minute left. That is plenty of troops to do it, and even a bit of overkill, I'd say. The Lava Hound up top is probably not even going to pop. And that means that Timtastic really just had a walk in the park with this space.
What a crazy attack. Like, I feel like when those Blizzard Lalo attacks are getting executed so well with those heroes, they're nearly unstoppable. We typically see those type of attacks from Boom, from Alternate, but Timtastic really showcased his class in the last couple of weeks in the Clash Masters qualifiers. He was so consistent with his strategy, and I feel like those hero parts, like, it is just insane how strong they are. Like, I mean, the Queen, the King, we're inside the core of this base. We're taking down the Eagle and everything without really taking too much damage, and this ladder was pretty much only for cleanup purposes. So really strong attack from him. I have to say, looking forward to the next attack now from Nishang Dance, showing their class as well in their second attack. I would guess that Dragon is coming in as second attacker again for them. Coming in with some type of dragon attack as well, because he just likes to use those air attack strategies. But after that, we should see something different, I feel like, from them. Either way, they have their style, they have their approach to the game. So let's see if they're going to stick to that or going to change things up. That's the big question, in my opinion.
I think one of the big storylines from this past week at the Clash of Clans World Championship was that the teams advancing to the grand finals up at the very, very top of the game had a lot of versatility in their attack styles, able to go with Queen Charge Dragon Riders, Sui Lalo, down on the ground with hybrid armies once again. And just the fact that your opponents can send anything at you makes it really difficult as base builders to try to block against every imaginable attack. In the current metagame right now, they're really trying to shut down those Queen Charge Dragon Riders, specifically air attacks, but it is just proving very difficult to deny. 3 air defenses set up pretty hard over on the left side of this base with an Eagle up top and 1 lone air defense protecting that scatter shot over on the right side corner. You can kind of see a similar pattern with the base that Mech has set up here for Rapata Gaming. Dragon gets the CC pull out, and he is going to be facing down against a single target Inferno in that Town Hall compartment. Knocks through for a little bit of damage and the pull as well, but we'll have to spend some time to get those troops all the way up to the top, finish them off with a poison spell so that he can set up for the main phase of his attack coming in soon. It's going to be a really complicated hybrid aerial army. So he's got 3 Dragon Riders, a couple of Inferno Dragons, a baby dragon, and 6 whole dragons.
Yeah, but the biggest problem for him, he did not take down the Town Hall. This was a safe blimp, like a blimp which is supposed to get down this Town Hall, like really safe in a cheap way without investing any spells, and he did not take down the Town Hall. So this Town Hall is now activated. It got healed up again from all of the bidders surrounding it, and it can now shoot back and deal so much damage at the same time. Nothing is really going for that Town Hall. It's shooting back non-stop. He can't really, or at least he's not hitting the freezes onto the sweeper, onto the town at the same time. The defending Royal Champion is surrounding the Town Hall as well, and he somehow needs to take it down. The question though is, can this still work? The Royal Champion is getting added. There's no threat, no pressure on those attacking heroes. I feel like this might be the biggest problem for the defending base. Yes, there are a couple of expos on the back end. The same time, if this Queen, if this Unicorn especially is not getting taken down, I feel like there is no chance for this base still, even though the entry did go so wrong. The single Inferno Tower on the back end maybe has a chance of somehow defending this. There is still this Royal Champion coming in, and now it's everything relying on that Queen. But I feel like the base might get this defense. The King ability can be still used. The Queen now is approaching this Elixir storage, and the Expo shooting non-stop. Woody, is this somehow possible?
Yeah, Queen has been eliminated. Unicorn's going to do its best to go swap off to the King now. His ability has been popped, and the single target Inferno is going to start locking on. It locks the King, though, and that is going to be it. The big offensive boon for this attack is going to be evaporated. Still a big swarm of barbarians, but even if they take down this single target Inferno, the Expo behind that wall is going to be too much for them to have to get through without a Yak or the King to keep them on target. A bomb is just insult to injury, and a skeleton trap. Wow. Defense successful for Mech. Congratulations to him, as Dragon will have to be sent packing with a 2-star 97%.
Yeah, but still crazy the percentage, considering that the entire entry did not work. Like, he was sending in the blip, one of the most powerful options, like most of the powerful tools you have for the attacker. Your siege machine is so powerful. Send it in. Is pretty much getting nothing. I think he took down like 2 buildings or something, but not getting the town hall is key, and still it's 97%. So I guess they can be happy that it's a defense, but at the same time a really high percentage. So this is not like a huge fail, but still, depending on their offense, they can take huge advantage of that, that's for sure. But at the same time, I feel like their best attacker already attacked early. So at this point, the team has to execute correctly to make sure that they can get the advantage, because defense is one thing. They need to make that work now on offense to get an advantage off that, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu. And even though they missed the 3-star there, yeah, that really high percentage hit means that Repotted Gaming is not going to have an easy time equalizing if it does wind up going down to percentage. Very rarely do we see perfect wars from both teams, and so as long as Repotted Gaming is able to keep that 3-star advantage up, they'll have the big swing in their favor. But Nishang Dance really didn't let their fans down too much with that last attack. 97% is still going to be very appreciable, even for a second strike.
Oh, and this time we have a Blizzard right into the core of this base. We have the Rage set, we have the Invisibility spell set, and he can take down so much in this one. If the Super Wizards are going for this Eagle, what is going on? 2 Expos down, Multi-Inferno Tower is down, Eagle is down, so much value. Another Expo is dropping. This is so much value, Woody, already.
Super strike by Klinga. That base just got gutted. Huge hit there, and yeah, activates the town hall, but he wasn't trying to take it down with that hit. He was just trying to deal as much damage as possible to the internal structure of this base. Now, he has spent a lot of spells there, but a Laloon army can go relatively slow as long as those big air defenses and other key defenses like the Infernos are taken down. With 2 of them already finished off, and the Royal Champion making a heroic dive at that bottom one. Not going to be able to get it, but really weakening the defenses around it. Klinga is so well prepared for this hit and looks on his way to a 3-star.
Yeah, this looks incredible. I mean, King and Queen diving now into the core. He's even having a poison to make sure the defending Royal Gem is not doing as much damage. But as soon as this Queen is going to take down the defending town, I feel like this base is done. But at the same time, the Queen is doing a huge leap into the base. The Queen ability had to be used. Is the Queen getting that tower? That's the big question. He has no invisibility spell left. The Queen needs to get the tower. Is she going to take it down? No! The tower is staying up, and this now might be a huge deal. He has to somehow take down the tower. The Spawn ability needs to be used. A couple of runes are coming in for that tower. He has 1 freeze, 2 haste left. Can he somehow make this tower still staying up? There's the freeze. Can he take down the town hall? That's the big question. The NATO trap is over there as well. The town hall is not going down for now, and more red mines are coming up. Is this town hall going down with the loon? Yes, it is. That is super important for him right now. And he has 1 more haste. Can he overpower this backend? But I feel like the space somehow defended. I have no clue how that happened, because this entry was just so strong. But I feel like he kind of did not play it that perfectly on the back end. He missed the poison of the defending Royal Champion, and this caused a couple of problems. But can he somehow still make this? The Owls on the multi is switching away.
No.
What is happening, Woody?
No! Owl, get your butt back on that Inferno. We need the damage in there pronto. Balloons going down. They did also not path toward that air defense initially. Klinga's Grand Warden and Electro Owl, those 2 guys barely able to get through the final defenses, but taken down by a Seeking Air Mine. The last building holds up in the end. IU from Nishang Dance has done it. Somehow denies the 3-star. But just like we were talking about, Nishang Dance with a 2-star, 97%, that was looking really good. 99% is even better. So Repotted Gaming will have a tiny advantage now after the first 2 attacks. But that little small advantage can mean a lot the more 3-stars we see. A perfect war from either team at this point, and Repotted Gaming would take the win.
Yeah, it's correct.
A perfect war from both teams,
Yeah, like it's for us, it's obviously easier said than done. Like, I mean, for us, like, yeah, of course, if those teams are going perfect, no problem. But I mean, at the same time, they have to somehow make that work, which is then around way harder to do. And we are already in the next attack. The blimp got played onto that compartment with that scatter shot to do out the clan castle and great pathing for that queen. It's the queen charge Dragon Rider. And we're going to have this charge into the town hall compartment. At the same time, this E compartment looks really good to get Dragon Rider started. The question though remains, where is that king then around going to be played into the base? Because the eagle should be getting targeted by those Dragon Riders. So what is going to be the plan for this king? Queen is charging into the town hall compartment. She needs to be careful about that town hall poison though. But as long as the queen is not having too many problems facing that town hall poison, it should be alright. The king is now getting used at the top side for funneling. At the same time, you have to say, Dragon Riders do not need that much of funneling, so not sure if that's the optimal choice or the optimal usage of that king. But Dragon Riders are getting started, and they're coming in hot into that eagle compartment.
Yeah, that perfect war may be easier said by us than done by the teams, but it bears repeating that these are some of the top-ranked squads in the game right now. Repotted Gaming, in fact, got 3 14-star wars during the last chance qualifier, and guess what? Nishang Dance got a perfect war against the Queen Walkers on week 3. So these are really high hit rate, strong, beefy squads that could certainly go the distance and get those perfect hits all the way in after this. IU, who just got hit, is now going back at it right through the middle here with a big rage to keep these Dragon Riders on task. Huge compartment on that backside, though, could present a lot of problems. You already see that single target Inferno heating up and burning down the Barbarian King. Another air defense at the bottom is going to get taken out by the Archer Queen, but that is a mean and nasty corner for the Dragon Riders to have to deal with as the last segment of the space. It's looking like a 3-star is very likely, though, for IU, and that will not quite be enough to get Nishang Dance back in the lead, but is another step in the right direction.
Yeah, at least they showed now, okay, the Reported Gaming team has to 3-star now, otherwise they fall behind. So even though going into this attack, Reported had the 2 percentage to building a lead, now they have to 3-star to make sure that they're keeping that really small lead. Otherwise, everything else, and we have Nishang Dance leading with a star at least. So we have Reported coming in next. So far, they did Lalo twice, actually Blizzard Lalo twice. So let's see if they're going to do Sui Lalo, some other variations of Lalo, or if they're going to completely switch the strategies, because they did quite a few of those Queen Shots Dragon Rider attacks as well in their qualifier phase, which I feel like is always such a good and consistent strategy to fall back onto, and it's working on every single base. You just have to find that right Queen Charge, which yet again is easier said than done. But as soon as you can figure it out where this queen is pathing, how you can create this pathing for the Dragon Riders, most of those bases stand no chance against this strategy.
I'm starting to kind of form an opinion about the way that the attacks work that target specifically onto defensive structures like Hog Riders or Balloons or Dragon Riders versus the attacks that instead kind of fan out and hit everything like Miners or Dragons or Electro Dragons. And it's starting to look to me like the most important early game factor for attacks that target onto enemy defenses is how strong your stage 1 hit is. If that's a Queen Charge, great. If that's a Blizzard, then great. But for the other attacks, for the Dragon attacks, it's all about the funneling that you get done early on so that those attackers, even though they're not targeting onto defenses, can still get great value as they sweep through and kind of hit everything all at the same time. Would you say between Nishang Dance or Repotted Gaming, is there a squad that you think is better, particularly at that early stage of hit?
I think it really depends on the players. So far, we have seen from Nishang Dance quite a few of those more spammy attacks, which we have talked about in the beginning with like the dragons. You mentioned them, Inferno Dragons. And from Reported so far, we saw quite a couple of Blizzard attacks, and now we see the Queen Charge. So a lot of entries, as you said, which can be really, really powerful. And if those work, the second phase is pretty much useless. Like the second phase is doing pretty much nothing. So Let's see if he can make this first phase work, make sure that his queen is getting the value she needs, because if that's going to be the case, this Lalo is, yeah, not only doing cleanup purposes, I feel like. So, wall break is, wait a second, the wall break did not work. He placed it not correctly, which means the queen is not going to get into that tunnel compartment, which is really bad news for him, because he wanted to charge that tunnel. He wanted to charge into the tunnel compartment, which now around is not possible. So he forgot about the compartment on the left, and
he's hitting that left side corner really hard, yeah, with the Barbarian King and the Royal Champion. So if he takes out enough buildings over there, it might still be the case that the queen could lock on to something in that town hall compartment after all. Despite a miss on the wall break, it looks like maybe that could have been a quick adaptation from Mech to make sure that she goes there after all. She will target onto that Royal Champion defending plinth next, but there goes the hit on the Expo. And the question now is going to be, does she go for that elixir pump up top? Or no, she is going to crack into that wall after all. Eagle Artillery is firing away at her awfully fast, and that is not a comfortable position for Mech to be in. Really needs to get this Laloon started quick here, Itsu.
Yeah, getting that Lalo started, as you said, but the healers are getting targeted by that town, or the town is dealing a ton of damage. But the healers are surviving for now, but they're weakened, and which means a red mine could really do quite a bit of damage. The Lalo, though, started at the top side. The Ice Hound, though, is already exploding, and there is a lot on that back end. He is going against the sweeper as well. Queen ability is getting used. Can he take down the defending queen? That's the big question. That queen will be really important to take down. The warden ability is getting used, and there is one Inferno Tower on the back end. He used all of his loons, which is typically not the best thing to do with those Lalo tags, because yes, you want to have a big group of loons, but you want to have a couple of cleanup loons, or like a couple of loons which you can like put in onto the outside, create better pathing.
Oh, yeah.
And time is ticking, Woody. Time is so close.
It's going to be really close. He's got all the troops that he needs, but does he have enough damage for the cleanup? Keeping that queen safe would be really helpful. Balloons can't keep her alive, though, and that's going to mean that they need to finish off this last structure in the end. Knock down the archer. What? Oh, they go for the mortar first. They're targeting defenses and won't finish off that pump. Even so, at the same time, Minions unable to knock down the other two pumps. Repotted Gaming keeps that 2-star streak, and the average destruction for the 2-star hits that we've seen for all three of them, Itsu, is 98%. Such a high scoring hit, but not the triple.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate right there, but this means Nishang Dance has the lead of a star, and this is now pretty big for them. They can push that lead further. They have still two incredible players left. They have Fluxy and LP still left as attackers, and that's quite scary for Reported, I feel like. So they Reported on the other side. They have to keep 3-starring to have a chance of coming back on the other side. Fluxy and LP have everything in their own hands. If they're going to do 2 3-stars, this match is done, whatever Reported is doing. But for this, we have to take a look at those next couple of attacks to see if that's going to be the case, or if one of those two players maybe is missing that 3-star mark. We have Fluxy coming in first, and this one is going to be, wait a second, a lot of lightnings, a lot of Dragon Riders, a lot of loons. I feel like this might be a mass Dragon Rider with some lightning spells onto this base of Timtastic. He's having 7 lightnings, which means,
wow.
Okay, which means defending queen has been taken down.
Like Thor's hammer from the heavens, tearing through that queen and Inferno Tower. Fluxy gets a big heavy strike early on, but with so much spell capacity used, it's going to be an interesting attack with these 6 Dragon Riders. Not using a queen charge, instead going to protect her up on top with the Unicorn and an Ice Golem to soak a few blows to begin with. Fluxy really wants to take down that Eagle Artillery so that as the troops start to come on in, they don't have to soak shots from that big long-range defense. Meanwhile, King and that Royal Champion out in the left corner get the CC pulling with the poison spell perfectly placed. He is going to be able to get all of those troops as well as knock into the inner compartment. Does he take down any additional buildings in there, though? That's the question. The use of that Royal Champion ability chaining into the bottom compartment instead of the core. And I wonder, with that air sweeper and multi-target Inferno still up, is he going to attack from the bottom edge now?
That's a good question. I feel like he has the blimp with him, which typically tells me that he's going from the far side, because this blimp is really powerful from the far side, and he's doing exactly that, which is quite some risk which he's taking. But as long as he's combining that blimp with the Warden ability, it should reach its target. There are a ton of headhunters running into that base. The Warden ability is getting used as well to take down the defending heroes. Question now is, though, is this blimp going to reach that target? There is the traps.
Oh, they're
that should
Hold
look
on.
all right.
Is that enough damage? No. Okay, they're sneaking in. Finally, at the end there, he was throwing out a few what looked like regular goblins from that battle blimp. Getting burnt up, but the sneaky ones out the backside were able to get through and finish it all off. Grand Warden is protecting so many troops on this right side. Looks like 4 Dragon Riders still up. They've taken quite a bit of damage and are popping out some enemy air skeletons now. But lots of time for cleanup. I think that they have done it, Itsu.
No, the back-end air defense, I feel like, is being the MVP. The Dragon
right.
Riders died out versus Black Mines, like Dragon Riders versus Black Mines. We already talked about that. They can die so quickly if there is no Kokoduns whatsoever in the army composition. Especially this back-end air defense took down quite a few of them. And now the Warden is next, the Owl on the other side as well. This means this is a huge defense for Reporters Gaming, because this means now if they can 3-star, they would have the percentage lead again. And going into the last attack, each having a lead against Nishang Dance would be a huge, huge momentum shift for them. But first, they have to 3-star on their own, because so far, Nishang Dance still have this 1 3-star more compared to Reported. So a lot of things are relying on this next attack for Reported, I feel like. If they can get the momentum shifted, if they can put the pressure back on Nishang Dance, this might be a game changer for them. But getting that next 3-star would be huge going into the last couple of attacks.
Certainly it would. And as you just saw right there, the easiest way to jinx a Dragon Rider attack is to say that you think that they've got it, and then watch Seeking Air Mines pop out in the middle of nowhere, blow those chances to hell. Congratulations to Defense there for Repotted Gaming. And just like you mentioned, Itsu, a 3-star here now for them would put them way back up over the top. They would be able to get back in the lead with a decisive spot for only 1 attack remaining. So this is really probably the most crucial hit of the entire war from Janus now. Sending in the battle blimp straight for that Town Hall strike. It's taken a lot of shots though. Goes down in that left side corner, and with the blizzard popping out now, chaining lightning onto not just a scatter shot, but some Teslas as well. Gets the CC pull, and he's got some more work left to do. Finds an enemy Royal Champion, and we'll get a few shots off at her as well. She goes down. A Wizard Tower goes down. The Archer Tower goes down. Janus gets a great hit there.
That is a really, really good entry so far. The Lava Hound is getting lured in. That's one thing which I don't like too much. I feel like luring out the clan castle of the with the blizzard is so powerful. But this is only the case if you can actually abuse that and make sure that you're taking down the Lava Hound in the beginning without taking too much damage. But he used this king quite early. This now is the big question mark. If this, maybe the 0 part was maybe too early. But let's see if he's going to get that town hall, because this is there's still quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot getting dished out in this bottom compartment. Often see that single target Inferno paired up with the Town Hall to burn through any heroes that may remain and don't have their abilities to pop. But Janus has got both. Royal Champion throws her shield right at it, and the Archer Queen, even though she's soaking these shots from the poison, has finished off all the defenses in that bottom compartment. So the main stage of the attack would start right now. It's Dragon Riders from the bottom right corner. They're moving in first against this Archer Queen. Headhunters are going to be the assassin kill there for her, taking down an air sweeper next and more air defenses. But Janus has left that Eagle Artillery up on the top side, and it is starting to hit a clumped up cell of Dragon Riders. That is an unfortunate result for him, Itsu.
Yeah, really interesting Dragon Rider from the far left side. I don't like that at all, because I feel like there are so many possible tries which are getting triggered by using this off angle, but maybe it's still enough to get through this back end. The defending Warden is dealing so much damage, and yet again another Dragon Rider attack, which seems to die out at the end. This is another defense, and yet again a really low percentage. Both mass Dragon Rider attacks so far falling really short on being the lowest percentage 2-star attacks in this matchup. And we saw it. Those troops can die really quickly if they don't have those loons in front of them to tank for those black mines. And this, yeah, it's going to be even not a 90% 2-star, which means Nishang Dance is keeping their lead in this one with those 10 stars after the first 4 attacks. And this one is finishing at 83%, an incredible defense. And Nishang Dance has everything in their own hands now going into this last attack.
Yep, really great defense there from Nishang Dance at a time when they needed it most. Metagame shaping up to see lots of Queen Charge Dragon Rider hits, and even though we didn't see a Queen Charge that time, it still was the Dragon Riders. And with a base set up to defend against them, really well positioned air defenses, single target Inferno near that Town Hall, as well as an Eagle Artillery that was so difficult to tack onto early. That was a great job by Nishang Dance, who really just need to kind of put the last nail in. They now lead both on stars and on overall percentage. So a 3-star here would clinch it, but even a high percentage 2-star might be enough to guarantee victory. Would be enough to guarantee victory if they get the 2-star high enough. It would have to be like a 97% 2-star. It would have to be a really high percentage 2-star.
Yeah,
but it is possible.
It has to be really high.
We've seen like 3 of those already this war, so.
Yeah, so technically the 2-star high percentage would be enough, but I mean, we know LP. He wants to 3-star and he wants to swag as much as possible. Those are his objectives. So let's see if he's going to do that. He is coming in with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders as well, but with a ton of minions, with a Yeti for funneling. So let's see how that's going to turn out. Using the King to get funneled into that Eagle compartment, and then using that Queen on the other side to walk that way towards that multi-inferno tower. He has 3 super wall breakers which he can use. He has a blimp as well which he could use. So let's see what exactly is going to be the goal. My prediction would be that he... Wait a second, he's not going... Okay, I'm already completely wrong. I thought he would go for the single inferno tower with this blimp, but instead it seems like he's going for the multi-inferno tower on the other side. So let's see if he's getting everything he wants. I guess the multi-inferno tower and the ground expo. Is the expo going down? Yes, it is. That is super clutch.
It's such a careful balance for these attackers, building their army compositions to decide how many of these Dragon Riders to bring. We've seen attacks that bring 4, 5, 6, sometimes even 7 Dragon Riders to bear. But the more of those that you have, the fewer minions you have for cleanup, the fewer headhunters to take down enemy heroes or Yetis, I don't know, just to block a few shots out in front. We don't often see a whole lot of Yetis with these hits, so I'm really waiting to see where LP chooses to make that drop. That Archqueen is really well protected, though, and having 3 Rages and 4 Freezes to drop any time LP sees fit is a really good insurance policy for her as well. A few Coconut Loons going to be going into that bottom compartment to make sure that these healers stay safe. Indicates to me that LP intends to use this Queen all the way through this attack, but he is spending a lot of time on the stage 1. Just a minute and 22 left, and he still hasn't deployed the Dragon Riders, Zitsu.
Yeah, the Dragon Riders, like, time is... that's going to be so close. I had so many time fails today already, so I can't watch yet again another time fail. Those are just too painful to watch. He's starting with all of them now. Already catching the first Black Mine. His first Dragon Rider is already dead. He only brought 4 of them. So already dropping a Dragon Rider is huge. And he's finishing on that Town Hall. So he's risking it all. Risking it all. Has still 4 freezes though. So can he make that work? There's the race to take down the Single Inferno Tower. The Queen though needs to take down this Town Hall. The top scatter shot stayed alive as well. I don't know if that's looking too good. The Dragon Riders need to go to the top side. Nothing is going for that scatter shot and time is ticking. Woody, only 30 seconds left in this attack.
Well, the 2-star has been clutched, so LP will avoid the terrifying possibility of the 1-star, but all the way to the backside end now. He has finally made his historic march, but the cleanup is just not going to have enough time at all. 10 seconds left, and with that scatter shot, like you mentioned, still holding on, that is going to be the final defense that stands. A really high percentage 2-star, though, like we mentioned, ought to be enough to guarantee victory, and I think that with 2-star 97%, he's done it after all. LP from Nishang Dance, pending confirmation by our calculating wizards out there, might have just ensured victory and advancement through the upper bracket for his squad.
Yeah, I think with this 83% 2-star, this might be already enough from the it might be already enough for Nishang Dance because Reported had this quite low percentage 2-star. Not really sure, but we're going to see that in just a second, which keeps this even more interesting. So Reported has maybe not the chance of coming back into this one with like a 100% 3-star. But first, they have to get this because it's not as easy as we see in this match. We have General X coming in with the P.E.K.K.A Smash. Let's go! He's starting things off with the blimp from... Okay, that's different. He's starting off with the blimp from the bottom side. We typically don't see those anymore too often, especially if they're not targeting that Town Hall Woody.
Giant Bomb exploded right as soon as those troops clashed out, but no invis to protect them. Instead, it's just going to be that Yeti knocking down the enemy Barbarian King. And like you mentioned there, it's a bit of an unusual start there, but wow, the Yeti actually manages to survive, tying to bombs of all things. Yeti might as well pop out and try to help their heroes over here on the left side, but P.E.K.K.A Smash will be charging through on that corner. It's got a long way to go and only one jump spell to hop over these walls. I'm getting a little bit worried early on about the pathing here. Ritsu, what do you think is General X's plan?
The plan is just to get somehow towards the town, I feel like, but those triple Ice Golem Clankers are like the worst thing to face with the P.E.K.K.A Smash. So let's see how is he going to handle that, because they're going to freeze those P.E.K.K.A inside the range of the Single Inferno Towers. Remember, this base has 2 Single Inferno Towers, so this is like not that great. Is the tower going down? That's the question though. The king is getting placed on the bottom right side. Royal Champion has not been deployed yet. Onto the multi-inferno tower maybe? No! Not onto the multi-inferno tower, which means the multi-inferno tower is keep staying up and beaming away on those healers, Woody.
Really brutal Inferno defense from Fluxy. I don't know what sound you call that when the P.E.K.K.A goes down, when she goes, but I've heard it 3 times now. Those single target Infernos in the top corner were just too much for General X to be able to deal with. And that multi-beaming on those healers throughout the entirety of this raid. General X had a good but not great plan for the 3-star strike. Those Inferno towers just proving once again to be the clutch defense. Finally, a Royal Champion going to knock down that one in the middle. This 3-star is still possible and looking more likely as time goes on. Even though the main phase of this army is gone, the heroes are actually all still healthy, Itsu.
Yeah, and that's the power of P.E.K.K.A Smash. Everything is ground, which means it's tanking for each other. Swagging the freeze even at the end. But I feel like we see the percentage in a second, and it's still enough, as you said, for Nishang Dance. They're going to win this match, and they're going to move on in the winner bracket. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Reported dropping down to the loser brackets, which is quite unfortunate, but everyone has 2 lives today, so nothing is over yet for them. They have still the chance of coming back in their second match.
Well, congratulations are due to General X. I was a little bit leery about his attack there, but still had plenty of heroes left in the end to get the job done after all. But like you mentioned, Nishang Dance are going to be victorious in this war. An unusually low scoring 12-12 draw on stars that goes down to a very narrow tiebreaker. I think that this bodes really well for the defenses that these base builders have set up. Really impressive that they were able to hold off so many attacks and keep that hit rate down at 40%, below half for both squads. Like, the offense just is not up to par yet here, Itsu.
Yeah, it is a big surprise, especially that both of the Masked Dragon Rider failed. Was a big surprise as well. Seeing the strategy fail, we don't see that too often. So overall, an interesting first match, but we have many more to come today. We have 5 matches overall, which means your Clash evening or your Clash day overall has just started, because we have so many more matches. And I think the next one is going to be a super cool one as well, which means we have Space Station versus Team Zax. You don't want to miss that, so we're going to be back after a short break, and then we have this next match on our hands. See you then.
and welcome back to Clash Masters. We are in our final playoffs week, and the first day of competition will see Group A competing for a spot in that grand finals match. We've already had one war underway, and the second will be starting shortly. My name's Woody, and I'm pleased to be joined by Itsu.
Thank you so much, Woody. Yes, we have another match on our hands. Maybe let's check out really quickly the brackets. So let's see what happened so far and what we can still expect of the day. So our first match today was Nishang Dance facing off against Reported. Nishang Dance was close, but they won and got onto the next round in the upper final. Now we have the next match starting, which means Space Station versus Team Zex. The winner is going to face Nishang Dance. The loser is going to meet Reported Gaming in that lower bracket to find who is going to get into the next round or who is going to be eliminated from the tournament. So a lot of exciting matches ahead. Space Station versus Team Zex is the next one, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu. Double elimination means that this team has got 2 chances to get it through, but with only 2 of the 4 teams going to be going on to the grand finals, we already know that a couple are going to be knocked out. Great match ahead of us where we have Space Station Gaming, the team that got first place in the second week of qualifier over the team that we just saw, Nishang Dance, on a 14-12 scoreline, no less, and also managed to get through to round 2 of the playoffs on week 1. So this is a very consistent team that has a lot of experience in the competitive Clash of Clans. But on the other hand, Team Zex, the upset winners of the last chance qualifier, victory by a 12-10 margin over alternate attacks. It's going to be an interesting war where defense has been the name of the game so far today. Will they be able to overcome these big bases that have been built up and find some higher hit rates as they have in the past, Itsu?
That's the big question indeed, and especially for Space Station, it's really important because they want to obviously get this wildcard silver ticket, and if this is what this first seed is going to get, or like the champion, the winner of this tournament is going to get, which we're going to know in the next 2 days. So winning this match would be really important to them because obviously Space Station wants to get to Clash Worlds as well. But we have the first attack on their way. We have Crazy Ryan starting things off with the Queen George Lalo onto the space of Yuzi. And this is going to be the Queen George into that tunnel compartment. It feeds. Wait a sec. Is that? I feel like no. Okay, this might be going into the multi-inferno tower compartment. He's just walking around that compartment. We're going to see that in just a couple of seconds, depending on where those first wall breakers are hitting, because he has overall 4 super wall breakers in this army composition, Woody.
An impressive entry strategy from Crazy Ryan here. He noticed that there were 3 air defenses on the very outer edge of the base. When they're on that outside edge, it makes it a lot easier to snipe them down with a strategy like a Queen Charge, or as you see on the right side corner there, the Royal Champion getting the second one now. Archer Queen's taking a beating from 2 Expos and the CC troops coming out now to tear her down, but rage spells from Crazy Ryan keep those healers on task and top her back off. Lassie supporting that Royal Champion over in the bottom right side compartment now. Gets a few more stabs off here now, and she's already tossed her shield out, and that will be the end of it for her. But nice, solid entry point here for Crazy Ryan, knocking down another hero right in the center. Enemy Eagle Artillery and the Archer Queen, as well as an air defense and a single target Inferno in that bottom compartment, are the last big obstacle for him to rock through. He's already going to get this Town Hall down, though, with the Barbarian King and Yak charging straight toward it.
That George is just incredible, keeping his queen alive, just doing and taking down the entire base. I feel like this base, yes, he is only having 50%. I want to say it's only 50%, but it feels like this base is already taken down. The defending queen has been taken down, defending Royal Champion has been taken down. The scatter shots mainly were taken down. There's only 1 single Inferno Tower and the Eagle left alive of even having a chance of fighting back at this point. And this charge was just incredible. incredible. Most of the healers died though, but this queen should stay alive. Or even if the queen is not staying alive, it should be no problem because he has 50 seconds left. The slammer has not even opened. Woody, this was a beautiful queen charge Lado attack.
Right, you are, Itsu. Sometimes these attacks are razor thin, really difficult to time and execute perfectly, but sometimes the plan is just so well done ahead of time that there's no worrying about it at the end. Balloons are just soaring over this base, blotting out the sun. That shadow casting a major pall on Team Zex's defense as Crazy Ryan finds the first triple in an overwhelming fashion, not even just using a spammy attack like we had seen in some past early skirmishes, but going in with a rather complicated strike, deconstructing this base rather, with a multi-stage hit that starts off at the top, paths past the town hall, cracks open a compartment for the Barbarian King, the Royal Champion moving straight in from the right corner, and then from the top left, it's the main phase of the hit. That was a really carefully planned and well-executed hit to start things off.
Yeah, this queen was just incredible. She took down so much of that base, especially in addition with that Royal Champion. The combination was really OP. So let's see if Team Zex has any chance or anything to put up against this already first 3-star from Space Station. They did really well in that finals against Alternate. And now the question is, can they have a chance against Space Station as well? Another top team in the community. And we should have the next attack on the way in just a couple of seconds. Though the queen charge was kind of quick, so should happen still any second. And there we go, up into the next attack. And what do we see? We see a dragon attack with dragon riders and a lot of rages with one heal, Woody.
Yeah, we really are watching a tournament of champions in this Clash Masters playoff. Teams that have made it to the very top. Space Station and Team Zex have both been with the best, but can they now contend in the heat of this crucible of competition? The last round where the biggest prizes are on the line, including, it must be mentioned again, qualification to that last chance qualifier event for the Clash of Clans World Championship. The top team from this week will get that silver wildcard ticket and get the biggest share of that $10,000 prize pool still remaining of the $20,000 committed for this whole month.
And we have right now the dragon attack coming in quickly. The double rage to make sure those dragons are going through those defenses quickly. The blimp, though, needs to reach that town hall. Is it going to be enough to get that town hall down? The heal spell at the core. Wait a second. It's like the troops are playing like the heal spell is lava or something. I don't know. Everything is trying to dodge that heal spell. Everything is going to the left, to the right, but not onto that heal. And this means those dragons might go down quicker than he was hoping, Woody.
Well, the heal spell may be lava, but so is that Inferno beam from the Town Hall, and with the Giga Bomb blowing up right in their face as well, Soichi's troops have taken a big egg on their face. Trying his best to continue powering through. He's actually holding on to quite a few spells in the end of it here, and I wonder if Soichi might have gotten better value by using them earlier on in the attack. Dragons are now split up. And here's his best hope at winning, a rage and a freeze, but unfortunately for him, Dragon's path to the outside, that air sweeper playing crucial defense here for Agent 33's base. Keeping those dragons on the exterior means that that air defense can stay well protected in the middle, and with a scatter shot knocking down the last remaining troops up in the bottom side, that is it. A 2-star, 87%, and Space Station have the lead early on.
Yeah, really good defense on that side, but at the same time, you have to say this was not the best attack. I feel like the majority of the spells were not really hitting those troops, not really getting the troops the boost they needed to get through this space. And yeah, a couple of the misplaced heal, the misplaced rages on the back end. Not really sure what was happening over there, but it was not enough to crack this base wide open. This means it's the defense. It's 2 stars and a pretty good defensive percentage as well, which means Space Station has everything in their own hands, starting this match strong. But at the same time, I mean, there are 8 more attacks to go in this match, which means nothing is over yet, obviously. But the lead, no matter what, is on side of Space Station for sure, Woody.
An incisive critique from Itsu, but hey, I gotta agree with you. That first hit has really got to stand up if you want to keep momentum for the rest of the war. That first one, you have less time to prepare, so teams oftentimes are going to pick out the ones that they think are most reliable 3-stars. For Team X to be missing that one right out of the gate is really going to be stumbling as they continue on here. But as we've seen in previous wars, hit rates have been lower than expected, and there could be an opportunity to make that comeback happen after all. So let's not count Team X out of this one just yet. They have gone up against some really tough opponents and still emerged victorious. So next up, it's going to be Space Station once again. We saw Crazy Ryan start this thing off for us with that triple, but how will Mick do? 8 dragons and 3 dragon riders for that Hydra army, with a clone spell brought in, the first one of today, Itsu.
Yeah, the clone spell most likely for that Inferno Tower to go down as well. And he is using that Warden ability nice and early, protecting his dragons and dragon riders from those eagle shots. And there's the clone, just making sure this Inferno Tower is going down. And now those clone loons can take a couple of more traps. The heal spell on this one is going to hit all of those core dragons, which is nicely placed. They're going to stay inside this core heal spell for quite a bit. Another rage is raging them up, getting this boost into the back end. And this so far is looking really, really good for him. The Eagle should be taken down soon as well. And there's not too much left standing, but at the same time, the Testa farm needs to be taken down soon. The Queen is struggling a little bit as well with that Inferno Tower, and the Expo is going down. The question now is, though, is this going to be enough? The Warden is falling, and the troops are slowly getting taken down. The Scattershot has no clue where to shoot next. This Royal Champion might have a chance, but there is the skeleton trap coming up. Is this going to be enough, Woody? It does not seem like it.
I think it might just be after all, Itsu. Don't count this one out. Those dragons are mighty, and they are swooping in up top with no defenses left to attack them. The immovable object has met an unstoppable force, and Nick is still going hard for victory. Well-protected Queen out back has a unicorn to get her top back off, and the Royal Champion with her trusty pet, Lassie, is going to get that final kill on the Elixir storage. Congratulations to Nick. He met up against a fearsome defense by Takana. So many traps triggering right in the middle, but well protected by that Grand Warden's Life aura. Space Station have done it again. A 6-star start.
Yeah, really strong for them, but you can see the difference in the spells right there. I feel like the heal spell, the rage in the core, was hitting every single troop Nick placed into the core. And so perfect execution by him, really nicely done, getting that 3-star to make sure that Space Station is looking strong in this match. Now it's back to Team X. They have to get this 3-star to somehow stay close. Like, no, not tying. They need to stay close to Space Station, so it's not easy mindset-wise to be in this position. But they have to stay cool, concentrate on their own attacks, and hope for a defense to make sure they have a chance of coming back into this one. At the same time, though, they need to keep 3-starring to stay in the range of the score of Space Station, because they're starting, as you said, with those 6 stars with those dragons. So nicely done to Nick. And now we should see the next attack of Team X coming up in any second.
We are looking forward to it with bated breath. Team X have taken 2 big hits early on now, and with a fail themselves, they really need this 3-star here to stay hot on the trail of Space Station Gaming. Even they got an 87% 2-star out of their first hit, so even pulling off a triple right now, they would just have an overall damage percentage in the low 90s. That would be something that Space Station were very unlikely to sink down to now, having picked up the first triples on their first 2 attacks, and looking really confident with them too. Not even particularly close in the end, having some difficulty in the mid-sections of these bases, but really an overwhelming finish with a well-executed plan for both of the first 2. So with even more time to prepare for attacks 3, 4, and 5, you can expect Space Station Gaming to still be on a great path to win. Team X, on the other hand, though, has had comebacks in the past. This is a team that really sticks with it even through tough wars. They picked up a victory over the team that we just saw face off against Nishang Dance, Repotted Gaming with a perfect 15-11 scoreline, but closer matches previous to that really show their pluckiness, going up against CR Betis with a 14-13 scoreline, and Titan Global Gaming, a relatively less known team that still put up a really good fight against them and forced Repotted Gaming into a tight 13-13 draw. So we'll see now if Team Zex, now up on top again, are going to have an opportunity to get the win. Uzi needs the 3-star here and now, Itsu.
Yeah, and he's choosing the P.E.K.K.A. Smash army composition on this one, bringing the lock launcher and going to start with that P.E.K.K.A. Smash into this Eagle compartment. Having those two super wall breakers means he wants to get into the Eagle compartment. He wants to get later into that Scatter compartment, most likely with the King maybe, for example. So let's see how he's going to execute that. There is the P.E.K.K.A., there's the funnel, there's the wall breaker, and there is the lock launcher to get this smash even further into the base. There are the P.E.K.K.A. coming in, the super wizard, everything. We should be able to see that King really soon coming in into the Scatter compartment, getting a wall break in over there to make sure that the pathing is just set, and obviously there's nothing on the flank of those P.E.K.K.A. Smash troops, and logs are opening to the core. Are the P.E.K.K.A. going there? Wait a second, those P.E.K.K.A. are going for the wall. What is happening?
I love log, but I don't know if it got what it needed this time. There we go. Uzi's troops finally making it back to the middle as they find that CC target a bit too much to ignore. Super Wizards starting to get some chain lightning value, excellently positioned behind those P.E.K.K.A.s, and Uzi is ripping this one apart. Rapid fire strike for Uzi. Rage and holding his own as he jumps into the Town Hall compartment, knocks it down for the 2nd star, and with a minute left for cleanup, this base isn't gonna hold on any longer.
Wow, what an attack. So powerful. Really, really nicely done. Getting that 3-star for sure. Even being able to swag the Queen ability, swag the Royal Champ ability, swag the freeze. So this base is just getting obliterated by this attack. And this is exactly what Team Zex needed in their current situation. Getting a confidence boost, and that's not with any 3-star. That's with a huge overkill on this base of Nick. So really nicely done with the lock launcher. We both so love watching the logs rolling through the base, smashing some defensive clan castle troops into the air, letting them fly, and watch the base getting smashed from above. And that's not a nice view for the defender. An even better view though for Team Zex, making sure that this match is staying close.
A 3-star strike from a German player named Uzi. Itzu, are you feeling some memories of your golden days?
I don't know. It's already quite a big time between those and now. So I don't think so. Not really. All
right. Well, Team Zex do manage to pull off that 3-star after all. They're still going to be behind Space Station Gaming, but it's narrowing the gap. Now we are just in the initial stages of this war, now moving into the mid-war section where things really start to crystallize. Space Station Gaming with another 3-star would just continue dangling that opportunity above Team Zex without really much of an opportunity, or without much of a chance to be able to latch onto it. Lexnos now from Space Station will be the next striker. A big Dragon Rider Queen Charge hit squared up, bringing in that Yeti to get a little bit more cushioning for this hit. Queen out the bottom right side, takes a few shots early on along with that Unicorn right next to her, but gonna be a good Coconut Loon checking for Seeking Air Mines. Doesn't find one. Tesla's popping up in the corner are going to be a bit more than Lexnos anticipated, but maybe that's going to be even more value for this Queen Charge now as she makes her way toward the enemy Queen. This is a good start so far, Itsu.
Yeah, it's a really good start so far, but wait a second. That defending Queen, though, that skeleton trap was placed perfectly. So now the question, though, is, after seeing such a perfectly placed skeleton trap, is the question, are there any more traps? Like, is this entry baited? Yes, the lock launcher rolling in, but those... the skeletons are flying versus this lock launcher. And wait a second, he's actually bringing the Ground Warden with the King, with the Royal Champion. Lex, what's going on over there, buddy? What is happening?
I do not know. Maybe he's just trying to make sure that the Grand Warden doesn't get hit by any Seeking Air Mines down there. With an early move in, it will still be able to protect the Dragon Riders, while this Archer Queen is just undeniable. It looks like SQU was baiting out that type of hit, but with so many perfectly timed rages, abilities used there, even with skeleton traps and Teslas popping up in that corner, Lexnos has still powered through. You can't stop this guy. He's a juggernaut, Itsu.
Yeah, this attack looks really, really strong for Lex. Making sure that his queen is getting that Town Hall, using that invisibility spell to make sure the queen is staying alive versus that single Inferno Tower. And the back and air defense has no chance of taking down so many Dragon Riders. So really nicely done, really cool queen charge. And the idea with using the Ground Warden was a big surprise to me. I don't know if it was needed, but it was a really, really good move from him, making sure that the king is getting used as tank with that Royal Champion together. I mean, he's just smashing that base, so this is obviously the next 3-star for Space Station, and so far, they're looking perfect, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu. Space Station dominant so far. We have only had to wait a couple of weeks to see them, having competed in the first couple of weeks of tournament play for Clash Masters. I didn't get a chance to see them in the third qualifier or in the last chance qualifier, but they really have shown up in stellar fashion. If they were out of your minds for a moment, I would forgive you, but they are really back in the forefront now with a perfect beginning to this war, really putting Team Zex in an awkward spot now and kind of showing up to their opponents at the top side of the bracket. With 3 stars already in their first 3 hits, they have a higher hit rate already than either of the last 2 clans that we've seen.
Yeah, they're looking really strong in this match and in this competition so far compared to the other teams, but at the same time, this match is not over yet, depending on the performance which Team Zex can bring to the last 2 attacks, or the last few attacks. If they can keep 3-starring, they can make sure that they have the they can keep this match close. But on the other side, they still need an incredible defense because of their first attack. So that's an unfortunate standing right now for Team Zex. But the only thing they can do is looking for it and hope that they get the defense. And on their side, keep 3-starring. This is the main thing they have to do right now. Can they do it? We're going to see in just a couple of seconds, I feel like, with their next attack just around the corner, Woody.
Yeah, it is scary enough to have to go first in this war, but to go second and to already be behind, SQU really knows that the odds are stacked up against his squad. He's brought 7 Dragon Riders. We mentioned it earlier. Trying to balance out the components in this army is difficult enough as it is, but SQU is sending in the Battle Blimp early, gets partially baited with those Teslas out there, but that's not going to be enough to stop him here. With 7 Dragon Riders, he's not going to be relying on much of a big stage 1 hit for this army at all. Just the reliable Blimp to knock apart that Town Hall, and then going in hard up on the top corner. Gets the CC pull, and with that crashing blow into that Eagle environment, take out another key defense. But I gotta say, no air defense is down yet for SQU, and it's not looking likely that either of those 2 heroes deployed up top are going to be able to take him out. It's all up to these Dragon Riders and the Royal Champion, Itsu.
Yeah, we have now those headhunters coming in as well. We have the rage to make sure that they're getting taken down, or like the defending queen at least is getting taken down nice and early. The Royal Champion coming in from the top left side. And 2 air defenses are going to be taken down quickly with those Dragon Riders, and so far this looks perfect. We talked about this. Dragon Riders need those loons in front of them, and that's exactly what happened with this Black Mine getting triggered near the core of this base. The backline air defense is getting taken down as well. There's another heal spell even getting into the mix as well, covering all of those Dragon Riders. This heal spell was placed perfectly right there. With that Royal Champion ability not used yet, this base looks completely crushed. We saw earlier already a couple of mass Dragon Rider attacks which failed miserably, but I feel like this is the first mass Dragon Rider 3-star of the day. 2 Dragon Riders are still left alive. They're going to finish off this base with the Roadship together, and this, Woody, is going to be a huge overkill, and Team 6 needed that so bad, so they're staying inside this match. And with this, they still have the chance, maybe, of that comeback win, depending on the performance of Space Station.
SQ, you had a great shaping up for the initial stage of that strike. I was a little bit worried when those Dragon Riders coming in from the 8 o'clock position started to kind of trend down toward the south. But with the Royal Champion to back them up, knocking down an air defense, and with the Archer Queen even managing to get another air defense of her own up top, despite being really low hit points, SQU had no trouble through the back end. Even with a tornado trap triggering, grabbing only 1 Dragon Rider, his offense could not be denied that time. And that'll keep this race pretty close after all. Team X may have faltered out the gate, but they are really picking up steam now with an 8-star total against Space Station Gaming. They've still got a solid shot here. Their defenses will need to hold up and deny a triple one of these times. Hard task against a team that has been going on a really great offensive lead early on by Space Station, but still not impossible. This war is still open for both teams, Itsu.
Yeah, that's for sure. But at the same time, the chances are getting lower and lower of the comeback win. But we have 2 more chances for Space Station to come to give them this opportunity of coming back. But we need a defense. We need a good defense. Otherwise, this is just not possible. The next Space Station attack should happen really soon. There are already quite a few attackers of them, which means I think Agent should have an attack left, I feel like. And I don't know what's exactly the roster looking like, but Agent should be for sure one of the attackers, I think, who has an attack left for them. Lex already attacked, Nick already attacked, and we had Crazy Ryan already attacking. So let's see who is going to be the next attacker for Space Station, and it is Agent coming in with the Inferno Dragon and Dragon Rider combination. But he's bringing a clone spell to the party, which is not that common with this specific attack combination.
And 5 skeleton spells, Itsu.
Yeah, 5 skeletons, but those skeletons are pretty like normal with the Inferno Dragon combination. I want to say, because like you have so much power with those skeletons to tank the back end, because as soon as multi-Inferno towers have been taken down, those skeleton spells are really, really powerful. So let's see if those troops can power through the core. We have a freeze on the multi-Inferno tower. Those superminions are dealing quite a bit of damage. The tower went down, but the air defense on the left is staying up. Now we have the first couple of skeleton spells coming down, tanking the scatter shot, tanking the heroes. But this back end, there's still a lot of base left, Woody.
Well, those Inferno Dragons have concentrated fire right into the middle of this space, well protected by the life aura of that Grand Warden, and getting a little bit more spell support now from Agent 33, knocking down that last center structure. It's all about the bottom edge now, but unfortunately for Agent, he's losing quite a few of these Inferno Dragons to the spread. Bottom side scatter shot is a fearsome foe to go up against, but Agent is holding on to 3 hero abilities still, and it's got that one last free spell. I'm hoping that he uses that free spell sooner rather than later, because he really needs as much as possible to crack through that last compartment, not bring in very many more flying troops. Just looks like 1 Inferno Dragon and 1 Dragon... Oh, just 1 Dragon Rider left at this point, with the Seeking Air Mine taking it down. And it is going to have to go on a pretty difficult run with an air defense still stacked up on the backside. But holding on to these abilities, I don't know how these heroes have made it so far. I think they've got it after all.
Yeah, those heroes not even dying. That is a really nicely done attack by Agent. Overpowering the multi-Inferno towers nice and early, which means there was no back-end multi-Inferno tower threat to those skeleton spells, which then around caused those skeleton spells to tank everything. The heroes, the scatter shots, so really nicely planned, really good base identification to make sure that this back-end had no chance against those skeleton spells. And this means we have another 3-star for Space Station, and they are looking so good coming into this first match of this Group A. And we talked about this. We have 2 teams advancing today from Group A. With Space Station being so on fire, it's not going to be easy to find maybe a second team which can somehow maybe even beat them. Maybe, I don't know.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, with 4 attacks, Space Station already has the same number of stars that both of the previous 2 teams had at the end of their war. In my opinion, Group A really has a favorite out in front, and it is Space Station Gaming. Team Zex is putting up a pretty fearsome fight, though, and they may very well, even if they wind up going down to the bottom bracket, have a shot to make it through as the second team qualifying from Group A as well. With a 95.7% average destruction and only missing 1 attack so far, they are holding their own against the team that seems to be the best positioned to move on in Group A. But we don't want to call it too soon. There's still 3 wars after this one before we get to crown our 2 leaders going on to the playoffs in a couple of days. Team Zex defenses have not been holding up, but I gotta say their hit rate has been rivaling our previous 2 teams as well. Offense is stacking up very impressively. So let's see how they do in attack number 4. Still not able to overcome the performance that Space Station has shown us, but just a little bit behind, I'd say.
Yeah, just a little bit behind, but we should have the next attack coming soon for Team Zex. Especially the last attack was really, really nice from them with the entry and everything. Completely find the weakness of the base, and we have now the next attack coming in, and this is going to be another air attack. And to be honest, first off, when we saw the first clone spells, most of them were like quad clone or just like just clone a crazy amount of loons into the base. But I feel like at this point, people are slowly figuring out that this spell is actually quite strong, and they're adding maybe 1, maybe 2 clone spells to the mix. And we saw this at the weekend as well with the Clash Worlds qualifier, where Tarantan got this pretty nicely sorted out with the clone spells. So let's see if Rita can do the same thing and get rid of this base. Oh, wait a second, there's the NATO trap, Woody.
Whoa! Big strike on the top corner, but NATO spins those loons all around. Rage and Freeze is enough to keep them on target, but lo and behold, the balloons have passed toward the outside. That's going to leave a few more defenses still standing up at the top side. Big explosions in the left corner. Giant bombs rocking through this Barbarian King army. But the heroes might still have done it after all, protecting the dragons up top. It's just that single target Inferno well insulated in the center of the base that's going to give them the last bit of defense. Rita pops off, the Queen ability knocks it down, and that is going to be it too. Another 3-star. Team Zex are holding their own.
Really, really nicely done. Saving that freeze for the Town Hall, making sure that the Town Hall is going down, and from this point on, everything was just gone off this base. So Rita is doing what Team Zex had to do to stay in this matchup. But now everything is depending on the last attack of Space Station. If they're going to 3-star, even if they're going to 2-star with a high percentage, they are going to win. But if they have a kind of like a shaky attack, maybe we have Team Zex coming back. But so far, both teams are looking incredibly strong, especially if you compare them to our first match. And we have to say, the loser of this match is going to face Reported Gaming. The winner on the other side is going to face Nishang Dance. Both teams not easy, but maybe not on form as those teams right now, because they are putting up crazy stars. 4 out of 4 to 3 out of 4. 2 teams which are on fire today.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of technical appreciation for the way that the seeding is structured and the numbers that are assigned to the various teams to throw them into these 2 groups. But I gotta say, from what I've seen so far, Space Station and Team Zex could have just as well put up a great finals performance. With a 12-11 scoreline, a super tight war that is going to go down to the 5th and final round. Space Station have been doing great, but really need to continue toward a perfect war if they want to ensure victory against a Team Zex squad that has been surging back from behind and not giving any breathing room at all to their top ranked foes.
Yeah, we have the Team Space Station attack in just a couple of seconds, and I have to say I'm looking forward to seeing what type of strategy they bring to the mix. They have used so many different strategies already. They have used the Queen Charge Lalo, Queen Charge Dragon Rider. They have used the Inferno Dragon, Dragon Rider combinations. They have used Hydra. So let's see if it's going to be yet again another strategy or if they maybe use one of those strategies twice. We're going to witness in just a couple of seconds the last attack of Space Station, which is going to bring us maybe the result already of this match. We're going to see Marinal is coming in, and yes, we see another different strategy because Marinal is bringing the Lightning Lalo to this base with a couple of ice sounds as well. Doing the lightning spell on the bottom side. And now we have King and Roy Champion getting used over there. This Tesla form should be taken down without any problems. But is that Roy Champion going into the right direction? That's the question.
Marino! You know him and love him from his time at INTZ to now the lead astronaut for the space station. The clutch hitter coming in at the very end to finish this thing off in style. Ice Hounds, not something that we see all that often, but a great component in a strategy to shut down defenses that might have otherwise just been a bit out of reach. Marinal's first stage is going in lightning fast, and that is what you like to see with a Sui dive here. Waste no time at all cracking for that first star. It has been claimed, and with 2 minutes now for the second stage setup, this Ice Hound balloon hit is going to be devastating. Still an enemy Archer Queen standing on there. Marinal needs a little bit more damage to finish her off, or that could be a lot to be hitting this Stone Slammer. Splash damage is going to do it, though, and with her down, that's even more balloons and a dragon popping out. Marinal setting up on the bottom stage here. Itsu, what is happening?
He has still one ability left, so he has everything still in his own hand, I feel like, with that Ice Sound flying across. It's still looking good, but this scatter shot shooting, now it's all about this loon pathing, but I feel like nothing so far really is going into the scatter direction. But this one ice pop actually tanking the scatter shot is incredible. And now the back end loons are coming in as well, and everything, like all of the loons are marching in from different angles. The question though still is there a lot of red bombs around that Singing Inferno Tower? Because then it might be a little bit close. That dragon is getting wrecked by the Singing Inferno Tower. All of the loons are coming in together. It should be looking alright. No red bombs are coming up, and this means Marinal getting that next 3-star for Space Station. Perfect war, Woody. What a performance.
Total perfection! Nuked from orbit! The ion cannon blasting down on all 5 bases that Team Zex had set up. There is nothing to shut off this rampaging performance from Space Station Gaming. They have done it. 3 stars across the whole board, and they are not just sending a message to their opponents here, but to every other team in this Clash Masters playoff field. They are a force to be reckoned with. You can shoot them down, but they will blast back even harder. Space Station Gaming will be advancing on the upper bracket now. But can Team Zex put up that strong performance that we always expect from our teams, even if a loss is imminent, to send that other message that even though they've taken a loss with a double elimination tournament, they are still fighting as hard as they can to get that win?
I mean, closing this match out with 14 stars, I feel like they can be really going into this match in the loser bracket with their head held high. So I think they are looking really good either way. But still looking forward to a nice attack for this finishing attack for this match. And well, this means our next matches are going to be Space Station versus Nishang Dance, which is a crazy matchup. And then we have Reported Gaming versus Team Zex. 2 really cool matches, which we're still going to watch today because we have still so many matches which we're going to figure out the winners today. But first, the attack of Team Zex should come in any second, and then we're going to see what strategy they're coming up with, what attack, and how the attack is going to finish off. And we have a Sui Lalo coming in from Tarkana. Let's go on to Marinal. And this one is going to be a fun one to watch, I believe. So let's see how he's going to start things off. 2 super wall breaks. Wait a second. 3 super wall breaks overall to get into that tunnel compartment as well.
Maridal in defense setting up an outside outpost with that archer tower trying to lure in super wall breakers, but Takana will be able to crack through after all. With the first layer down, he'll be able to go straight for that town hall on this Sui dive. Barbarian King set up on the top left side as well would be able to take down that enemy archer queen as well as get the CC pull out there. It is an aerial CC, so fortunately for the king, he won't have to get distracted much at all by the top side. Queen having a bit of a dicey showing over here on the left side corner, but does get to pop off her ability. That Royal Cloak will protect her for the Town Hall explosion and get the first star for Takana.
But the air defense not going down. The Lava Hound, Lava Hound chasing that unicorn. That's a funny picture right there, but I think he would have liked to get that scatter shot off the way, and I feel like this isn't... Wait a second, that scatter is going down. Lassie taking down the scatter shot is huge. And now this Lalu starting off from the top left side into the multi-inferno tower, nice and early. But he needs to make sure that this eagle, that's the word, on the right side is going down as well. Question though is, a lot of loons are dying right early. With this scatter shot might be a big threat to those loons, Woody.
Takana's forces rallying around the center now. Lava Hound pulling virtually every trap that you can imagine. Like 3 air bombs and a sinking air mine as it paths away the entirety of this, and the tornado trap, and another sinking air mine! Aerial skeletons knocking it down, but has it done its job, pulling so much fire away from the balloons. They have ripped through those right compartments and are just dropping bombs everywhere imaginable. More traps coming in though, and that center multi-target Inferno with an air sweeper to defend might just be able to hold off on defense after all here, Itsu. Wait, what?
Wait a second, did he just... Okay.
Smacked the end battle button. Yikes for Team Zex. Unfortunately, their rage quit from Takana. Team Zex is going to be finishing off with 13 stars total, a 2-star 71% hit with advancement for Space Station Gaming.
Yep, that's right, which means we're going to have 2 great next matches. And this is Space Station facing off against Nishang Dance, and Reported Gaming facing off against Team Zex. 2 awesome matches we're going to take a look at just in a couple of minutes after that short... Okay, after the brackets, let's take a look at the bracket really quick. And Woody, let's talk us through that.
My pleasure, Itsu. Advancement for Nishang Dance and a close match against Repotted Gaming on the 12-12 scoreline, but Space Station, with their perfect war over Team Zex, will be marching forth victorious and in a menacing spot to get that finals position. Meanwhile, Repotted Gaming versus Team Zex on the lower bracket will be another match waiting in the wings. The winner of that round will face off against the loser of the upper bracket final for that second position in the ClashMSTRS playoffs.
That's right. So we have the 2 next matches on the board. But now we are going to be back after a really short break. So don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss those next matches. They're going to be awesome. So see you back in a couple of minutes.
and welcome back to Clash Masters. We've had 2 great wars already in our last week of our first season of competition. What a showing so far in the upper bracket, where only one more war stands between our top 2 teams and qualification for the final event. My name's Woody, and I'm joined here once again by Itsu. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great. We had already 2 exciting matches to watch, so I cannot wait for this one because we have the Space Station team, which just had this perfect war against Team Zex versus Nishang Dance, which is it should be a pretty good team. The first match they struggled a little bit, but maybe they can channel their energy again versus that strong Space Station team. But it's going to be a close one for sure, Woody.
Yeah, I bet so. But, I mean, 15 stars from Space Station Gaming, a perfect offense to start things off. And those weren't necessarily poorly constructed bases at all from Zex. I think that they were quite strong, in fact. So the fact that offense was able to get over the top nonetheless and get the win there, I think bodes really, really well for Space Station Gaming, who, in my opinion, are the favorites for this next match. Victory here means that they get an advancement to that Grand Finals playoffs in a couple of days. But even a loss here would mean that they would be at the finals position for the lower bracket, where they would just have to win one more again against the winner of the other 2 teams that have already been knocked down.
That's right. So this match is really important for those 2 teams. Winner is going to get into the get into the next round of the playoffs, and the loser has to play another match. But we have Monster starting off with Moon again, and he's coming in with his not the lock launcher. I was hoping for another lock launcher, but this one is going to be a blimp attack. Where is he going to send that in? That is the question.
Looks like he's doing a little bit of funneling work along the bottom side here. Dragon Rider and a couple of Infernos as well to crack along the outer edges. Not going to engage that enemy Town Hall just yet, but with the main force forcing its way in over on the left corner, a Battle Blimp will path directly toward the Town Hall, protected by the Eternal Tome with a freeze spell as well. Tornado Trap triggers. Does it catch all of the troops? No, a Dragon Rider is already locked onto the Town Hall and will be able to take it down. That is going to be no protection for them as that big Giga Bomb blows up, kills all of the balloons, knocks down 1, 2 Dragon Riders. That Town Hall kill was really costly for Moon.
Yeah, it was a really expensive one for sure. So the question though is this heal spell strong enough to keep the majority of those troops alive? Because it was missing in the core, which means those bottom Inferno Dragons need to do something to make sure that this investment was worth it. There's a back-end king still. So this back-end king can do quite a bit of damage to those heroes, because we talk about that so often, but those back-end heroes are the game changers with this strategy. And now we have the Royal Champion engaging that defending king in just a second. A good skeleton spell, make sure that this king is staying in place. But the question though is this Royal Champion able to dish out enough damage to take down the defending king? And so far, it looks like a no, Woody.
Yeah, not likely. That shield is great, but only targets onto enemy defenses. And with the enemy king standing up, that's going to be another big bulwark of defense for Crazy Ryan's base. He did a fantastic job on offense in the last war, picking up the first 3-star for Space Station, and once again has led this charge for this Space Station crew, except this time on defense. Keeping Moon out of the 3-star position, Space Station have already started out strong. And they haven't even shown us their first attack yet, Itsu.
Yep, that's right. 91%. I think he had 3 archers left. I don't know. I think time was maybe running low, or maybe did not see the last building. I think this army camp could have been taken down by those archers, but either way, it is the first defense for Space Station. Considering how strong they looked in their first match, this is already scary news for Nishang Dance, because Space Station were on fire in that last match. The question though is, are those bases of Nishang Dance now better, or maybe just better against the strategies which Space Station are doing? That's the main question, and we're going to see the answer in just a couple of seconds.
Well, if Nishang Dance loses on 0.2 percentage in the overall destruction, we will know exactly which 3 archers to blame. But with that attack now done and dusted, the 2-star 91% claimed here for Nishang Dance leaves the door open for Space Station Gaming to start with a commanding lead right out of the gate, just as they did in their previous war. Attacking second means another 3 minutes of prep time and a little bit more of an opportunity to study the base and make sure that everything is right in its place. Space Station Gaming already with overwhelming offense will give us another masterclass. I'm sure of it. I'm feeling very optimistic for Space Station Gaming, as you can tell right now. The best from the west up against the beast from the east, and it's looking like Space Station is flying high and happy to deliver another showing here.
Yeah, and so far we had Crazy Ryan always starting things off for Space Station. So let's see if that's going to be the case again. And yes, indeed, we have Crazy Ryan again with his Queen George Lalo strategy, where he's so incredible good at. So let's see if it's going to work against this base from Nishang Dance as well. He's finding a couple of Tesla nice and early in this tunnel compartment. Not deploying the healers just yet, making the top right invisible to make sure that the green pathing is getting created. At the same time though, is this queen backtracking? No, she should follow that path and make sure that she's exactly going where she's supposed to go, it seems like. Next ball break for the king at the bottom side of this base. This means that queen should get into that compartment right next to the town hall, Woody.
That was a really heads-up play from Crazy Ryan right there. Could not have anticipated the placement for that Tesla trap, and so having seen it now, had to pop that invisibility on it to keep this queen going in the right section. Crazy wall break from Crazy Ryan, cracking through to one of the second layers of this defensive setup. Queen does not go for the Town Hall. Instead, is going to be joining over on the left side with those other 2 heroes, the Barbarian King and Royal Champion, knocking apart some really key defensive structures here. Splatter damage from that scatter shot has locked right onto her, but the healers are just enough to top it right back off. In fact, both scatter shots were hitting on that poor queen. She's getting smacked right in the face, but is going to be dishing it right back out as hard as she can. That modified expo deals massive damage, and even with the slowdown from that enemy ice golem, she is still looking quite strong. Minute and 30 into this attack, we are already halfway done with Crazy Ryan's hit, but he has got to start off this La Lune really quick here now. He's having to zero in and focus on this Archer Queen for this first stage to get finalized. What's his plan for the Eagle Artillery, Itsu?
That's a good question. I mean, he has the Royal Champion, not anymore. He has not the King anymore, so he has to do something about that. And the King at the tunnel compartment is still up. The Lalo is starting. The 50% is getting closer, which means that tunnel should be activated. Now he's doing the Lalo into the tunnel, something which you're not doing that often with those Lalo attacks. But the haste spell should lead everything out of that poison right away again. So that was really nicely done. And that queen staying alive, and this is so important. There's no back and expos anymore, which could dish out the damage to make sure that this queen is going down. With this, Woody, the eagle on the back end is having no chance versus this huge Loon Parade. And this is yet again another base which is falling against Space Station.
This is exactly what you want to see with a late stage strike like we saw from Crazy Ryan. Even though he sent in the balloons a little bit late, he's got plenty of minions, even a dragon up on top for the cleanup charge. So with 18 seconds left, this might have otherwise been a bit of a scary finish, but for Crazy Ryan, with plenty of troops in his army to finish the remainder here, the 3-star was confidently claimed, and Space Station will once again start with a commanding lead in this war.
Yep, that's how things look like. And since both teams stick to their plan with like the attacking order and everything, we should see Dragon coming in next with another Dragon attack for Nishang Dance. But so far, we have to say, those Dragon attacks were not that successful compared to what we saw the last couple of days before. So let's see if he can make it work, because the first attack with the Infernal Dragons of Moon already were defended versus with those Space Station gaming bases. So let's see how the next attack is going to work out. If they maybe switch up their plans, which I have to say, I don't think they're going to change anything. I just think they're going to stick to the army compositions, stick to what they like to do the most. And the question though is if they can brute force this onto their bases successfully, or if it's another defense, which then again would be incredible OP for Space Station, especially since they're looking so OP today. And as we... Okay, we have a switch, we have a Pekka Smash coming in. And that versus this really interesting looking base from Lex. A really wide open compartment in the core of this base, and a really strange looking wall on the right side of this base as well. So let's see how that's going to defend.
Yeah, an untypical setup here for both Lexnos and Dragon. Usually we see Dragon, like you mentioned, going in with his Dragon attacks and having really to rely on that brute force. It still is going to be a brute force hit, but maybe with a little bit more finesse from these Pekkas. He's brought a couple of more super wall breakers to crack through outer walls. But wow, the walls along the very edge of the base, Lexnos is making it very hard to deploy troops with reliable funneling. He's got a couple of gaps in those walls to try to encourage attacking troops to kind of set themselves up in a particular position. But Dragon is going to be cracking through those walls after all with a super wall breaker here. Barbarian King makes use of that hole, and with some backup troops, now it's going to be moving in from the right corner. Dragon's done a really good job with this funneling, but has already spent 1 minute and 15 on it for very little relative damage on the base, Itsu.
Yeah, and the Pekka are going far ahead. The Warden has to follow, everything has to follow, but so far the Warden is not in range of those Pekka, and without the Warden ability, it seems like those Pekka are dying quickly, and you want to have those tanks alive. Now there is the Warden ability, but there is only one Pekka alive, I feel like. And the King obviously tanking as well is great. Question though is this enough power? There's the jump, something needs to get that tower. There's the wall break at the top right to force those troops inside, but even the King just broke into this compartment with this Yak. He has this one freeze left, which he has to invest into that Town Hall. And with the Town Hall going down, this should look good because the Royal Champion is coming in as supportive troop as well from the bottom left side into this base. Town Hall going down with that King ability, and this attack is looking good again for Dragon.
Yeah, Valkyrie's popping out there for Dragon to get the finishing blow in that top compartment. And the pincer move now from the other heroes joining in the fray from the bottom left. Great positioning by Dragon. That was a tough base to crack, so credit to Lexnos there. But Dragon had the Nutcracker to get the job done. 2 jump spells for hopping over those walls, spread out to the very far outer edges. That was a really tricky base to deconstruct. So hats off to Dragon coming in with a second attack there from our squad. Nishang Dance are going to be with 5 stars now out of their first 2 hits. But I really just want to comment again and draw your attention to those walls along the outer edge of the base. Really kind of seemingly set up to frustrate any sort of spammy style attack. Hybrid would not have worked on that base at all. I think you would have had a lot of problems with any sort of like mass Dragon hit. So it really did take some sort of deconstructed approach. And Dragon switching away from his favorite army style, the mass Dragons, and going into Pekka Smash, I think was a really good decision by him.
Yeah, just this long alley on the outside of the base just allowed all of those troops from the siege barracks to create an incredible pathing. And then with those open compartments, just putting all of those Pekka troops in there, and the super wizards are obviously as well, just creating huge chaos. With the Warden ability for the correct timing, everything was just gone, blocking the damage of the defending Clan Castle troops as well. Base disappeared. In addition to that, one thing which we have to highlight as well, because I feel like this was not planned, this what was quite lucky to admit, was the Yak going through the wall towards the Town Hall. He placed the jump that something could go over there, but I feel like this Yak opening it was not really planned. Either way, we have the next attack coming in from Nick. And he's starting things off with the Inferno Dragon and Dragon Rider combination, which we have seen so many times being so successful on the current meta basis, because we have not 3 Inferno Towers covering the base, which is giving so much power to those skeleton spells then around, because they're just tanking so many buildings. Take a look at the scatter shot. The scatter shot is non-stop shooting those small skeletons, which means those Inferno Dragons then around are staying alive. And that's the key thing in this army composition. The blimp is flying. The blimp should reach the Town Hall, even though there is the NATO, because
and the
with
clone!
that's no problem whatsoever.
Wow, big drop on the bottom compartment. Dragon Rider for the finishing blow as Clone Balloons will join it for the rest of the path along the bottom corner here. Nick has done it, cracking through super hard, and even though he's got some really big targets that still remain, multi-infernos burning up a lot of different troops, the spread here is looking pretty solid. I gotta say, Nick getting a late pull on the CC is pretty funny to see it actually finally coming out now to try to shut down this Archer Queen. But with so many defenses already finished off and holding on to 2 free spells, Nick just got an overwhelming shutdown for this setup here by Dragon. Clap, clap.
Really good attack by him, being able to swag that freeze and getting in the 3-star. So Space Station, I keep doing what they're doing, keep 3-starring versus those enemy bases. And after Dragon getting the 3-star successfully, now he is getting 3 stars. So that's quite an unfortunate ending for him. But this means Nishang Dance still needs that next 3-star to make sure that they're staying close to this incredible performing Space Station team so far. So let's see if they can somehow make this, if they're following the same, I want to say, routine which they have done so far. We should see the new player from them, 19 I believe, you say. Maybe he can get the next 3-star. I feel like he has to for Nishang Dance to stay inside this match.
Right, I'm noticing that the storyline developing here is that Space Station Gaming is just so hard to stop, and it might start to kind of seem repetitive on the part of the casters, but I know that, at least for me, the other 3 teams don't really even seem close. Space Station Gaming has 7 attacks and has yet to miss a triple, with all 3 stars so far. You can't even really stop them, even if they falter a time or 2 on defense. If your offense is perfect, then there's just kind of not a whole lot else to say but to just continue to emphasize Space Station's dominant aggressive capabilities here. So Nishang Dance missing out right at the beginning with Space Station 2 back-to-back triples. It's the same storyline that was set up in their previous war against Team Zex, another really stellar squad, but that just cannot keep up with the pace that Space Station is setting.
Yeah, so far the performance is, like you say, truly impressive, especially considering that they are playing against really good teams. But Nishang Dance, at the same time, they're typically really good as well. They just need to somehow be able to show it. I mean, they have 1 fade, yes, but it's above the 90% mark. So maybe they can force 1 more defense at some point. And if they keep 3-starring on their own, they might have the chance of this comeback win eventually. So let's see if it's going to happen. Either way, we have Nishang Dance coming in next. And we have another P.E.K.K.A. Smash on this base of Agent. We have the Blimp at the moment selected, so let's see if he's going to stick with that. Trying to use the Warden with as a final option for this gold storage for the Archer Tower as well, to make sure that he's able to smash into this left side of the base, and then most likely Blimp that Single Inferno Tower in combination with that Town Hall. But if that's going to work, we're going to find out in just a couple of seconds as soon as this Warden finished the funneling. And then we have the P.E.K.K.A. Smash unleashes onto this base, Woody.
Great long-range start here for IU. Warden gets a bit slower with less damage, but is happy to swap off and help out the Archer Queen when the main phase of the army is deployed. Excellent funneling job here, and we'll now just have to keep an eye on these 2 jump spells. 1 deployed right in the center of the base next to that multi-target Inferno, and holding on to another one, probably to hop over the walls for that Archer Queen compartment up on top. Meanwhile, left side is looking pretty scary with an Eagle artillery firing down, and I'm not exactly sure how he plans to go for that area of the base. CC troops are going to pull them out and over toward the right side now, but with a rage spell, that should be an easy encounter for IU. Poison out as well to try to tip them down, and wow, that Barbarian King is really doing some excellent damage out there on the left with the Royal Champion as well, stabbing through and getting some much more damage than I expected toward the left corner of this base. That's actually going to now leave the top with a little bit of an over defense now. Can the Queen still manage to get that job done up there, Itsu?
If the Queen is hiding... Okay, never mind. I just want to say, if the Queen is able to hide behind the Royal Champion, then maybe. But with that Expo non-stop shooting at that Queen, and especially with having the Unicorn on that Warden, this is obviously not an easy task. But as long as this Expo and the Inferno Tower is dropping, and that's how things are looking like with that Royal Champion, the outside P.E.K.K.A. and those witches and the wizards should be able to finish the job, because we have 50 seconds left. There's still a lot of power left in this army. And with this, I feel like this should still be a triple. Especially, take a look at those archers in the core. The archers in the core taking down the defending clan castle, which means another building going down. And with so many P.E.K.K.A. left alive, this should be another 3-star. An Ace Monster now, or it's Nishang Dance now, coming in with so many P.E.K.K.A. Smash 3-stars. And we truly see the potential of this army composition.
And Nishang Dance are probably the top P.E.K.K.A. Smash team out there right now. Using it more often than other teams really seem to have been willing to, and still getting the 3 stars with them. Nishang Dance putting up an impressive mid-game performance here with another 3-star. But Space Station Gaming, flawless so far, have an opportunity to stay in the lead, keep that 100% overall destruction average, and try to trounce them again. Will Nishang Dance's defenses finally find a chance to hold up against a squad that is perfect so far, or will Space Station continue their dominance? Just a few short minutes separate us from the next attack. What do you expect to see from Space Station? Are they going to be going back grounded, or will they stay high with those aerial attacks? Queen Charge Dragon Rider seeming to be an attack that we haven't seen much use yet from them, but very popular in the meta.
I mean, they have still Lex left as an attacker, so he is going to do Queen Charge Dragon Rider for sure. I think we have Agent left for them, who's in the last couple of matches, which where I saw him, he was doing mainly the Inferno Dragon Rider combination. So let's see if he's going to stick with that. But that would be my prediction for their last 2 attacks coming into this match. And well, let's see if this is going to be the case, or if they're going to switch things up. And oh, I forgot about Marinol. He has attacks left, and I think he's doing different things, like doing Lalo, doing Super Witches, things like that. So let's wait if we're going to see one of those 2 strategies from him. But I feel like the Space Station players have their favorite attack strategies, and they're just going to stick to that, at least at the moment, what is working for them. And let's see who is going to be next for them. It is Agent, and he is bringing the air, not the Inferno Dragons, but the normal dragons, with those Dragon Riders on the space of Moon. And he's bringing 7 bad spells, Woody.
Yeah, very interesting approach here from Agent. Not only is he bringing those bat spells, he also even brought a Super Barbarian for a little bit of flair on this bottom side hit. 3 Rocket Loons waiting in the wings as well for the additional setup here, but already kind of showing a bit of panache. Agent 33 misses the Eagle Artillery with that first blow, and that's going to be a little bit more healing up onto it from the Builder Hub before it gets knocked down. Did he miss it entirely, or is he going to have some other way to finish it off?
He's placing a Dragon Rider to snipe that Eagle, it feels like. So let's see if he's going to get it. And yep, it seems like being out of range of everything. So that's not the end of the world. Taking it down, still waiting for the Eagle to be down to place the other troops to make sure that the Eagle is not taking any shots at his troops. There are the dragons coming in. He has still the blimp towards their town hall. He has that Dragon Rider left, which he's already placed now. And that Queen, though, is taking a lot of damage on that far left side, considering there is no king in front of that Queen which can tank, which means this Queen is going to fall kind of quickly.
7 bat spells, and without that singular centralized multi-target Inferno to defend against them, there's really not a whole lot to stop besides those Wizard Towers on the outer edges or a scatter shot. But with 5 3 spells, Agent 33, he might have sent in all his troops that he's got so far, but there are still a ton of spells left on the outer edge. Since in the freeze to start off on the Town Hall for the 2nd star, and with a minute for cleanup, he has got a lot left to say. The troops might be dwindling, but where are these spells going to be coming in from? Bats can deal out massive damage as long as they are well protected for their hit.
Yeah, but as I said, the question is, where is he coming in with them? The problem I feel like is right now, he is not really knowing where to come in, because those Wizard Towers are covering the scatter nicely, and coming up from the top side, it's not that easy for the bats to get into the scatter shot. So the pathing into the scatter is not easy. The first Wizard Tower is getting his shot off, and this is huge because it needs another freeze. Then needs another freeze for that scatter shot. Okay, never mind. All of those bats are gone. We're talking about a good defense. This might be a really good defense for Monster. This bats attack did not work out at all. Those dragons were going down way too quickly. And especially, I feel like this unicorn messed up the entire attack because the unicorn jumping over the wall inside the clan castle range, and he had a lava hound inside this clan castle. And with the lava hound coming out, getting triggered, getting popped, and out of the lava pups, this was so much distraction to those dragons that they took so much damage, and this caused this attack to fail, it seems like.
Well, for Space Station, when it rains, it pours. A really low percentage 2-star hit in the 70s now gives the lead back to Nishang Dance. They just needed one clear and decisive defense, and they managed to get it there. Bats can do an incredible job just really raining through a base in a very short amount of time, but they can't stand to suffer a single hit from any splash damage structure. That time with the Wizard Tower getting off a single fireball just meant the end of that attack, losing so many bats, and with it, the speed and effectiveness that you need to wipe out building after building after building in a very short amount of time. When that many bats were down, that just left that Wizard Tower up a little bit too long, which means that the Scatter Shot gets another chance to fire off. The freeze spell has to kind of go in rapid succession as they pass through the backside, and just with like a millisecond off, that attack goes from being a potential 3-star hit to being a disappointing 2-star finish.
Yeah, we have... it seems like Nishang Dance are like, okay, we don't find too many good air attacks on those bases, not too many queen shots on those bases, so let's just smash every single base of them. And this seems like to work so far. I mean, so far, out of their 3 attacks, 2 were successful, and both of those 2 attacks were P.E.K.K.A. Smash. So he is coming in with that P.E.K.K.A. Smash with the Siege Barracks this time around, which means we're going to see that double jump through the core of this base. But he has the power. He has the power of that Siege Barracks with him. There's the Queen, there's the Ice Golem, there's the Yeti Funnel. And now this means he needs to create the funnel, the pathing for his P.E.K.K.A. Smash, sending in the King into the base as well. They're the Super Wizards. And now the party can get started with everything joining into that evil compartment.
This was just such a slow start with the Warden Walk, spending a lot of time on a gold storage of all things in the bottom corner just to set up the funnel. Fluxy really needs a perfect entry point to follow up from that in order to justify the time investment early on. 2 multi-target Infernos are going to be burning up, and with the CC coming out now, it's going to protect the bottom one and make it even more difficult for these troops to get through the center of this base. The pathing is just looking a bit awkward now as Fluxy's P.E.K.K.A.s make it now to the top side and are going to be exiting the base along the top side opening there. That gap in the walls really preventing Fluxy from being able to concentrate firepower in the center now, where you still have a Grand Warden up top, but only the Archer Queen down bottom with the Electro Owl trying to zap through this compartment. It's going to be a dicey finish here for Fluxy. Can he clean it up in time here, Itsu?
With that Queen taking down the tunnel, I feel like this is still looking good. The Royal Champs having her ability, and I think this is going to be crazy overkill if the time is enough. That's the big question mark for me right now. But having 30 seconds left, the King ability for cleanup, the Royal Champ ability as well, another Party Wizard as well, and this is going to be crushed. It seems like those bases from Space Station have no chance against those P.E.K.K.A. Smash attacks from Nishang Dance. And even all of those skeleton traps on the back end have no chance of saving this base. And this means another 3-star to make sure that Nishang Dance takes the lead in this one. And now Space Station, they are behind, and this is position where they were not in just a couple of attacks ago, or even the first match. They had the entirety of the match the lead versus Team Zex. So this is obviously way easier to play in, like having the lead. You can relax, you can like, okay, come at us, we still have the lead, no problem whatsoever. But this time around though, they don't have the lead anymore, so this one is going to be interesting, how they can react, and how they're going to execute this one.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job of raising the question about adaptability for Space Station, a team that was so strong within a metagame that they were comfortable with, putting up a perfect war and really solid defenses in their previous round, but finding a bit more difficulty against Nishang Dance, a team that has just been insistent about going in with P.E.K.K.A. Smash strategy rather than those aerial attacks that perhaps Space Station were expecting to see more of. Marinal will be the next to hit the 4th attack for Space Station with an Ice Hound Lalo. Battle Blimp to start things off. Expect to see big troops coming out here from the Rage spell to get them juiced up. Giant Bomb explodes, and that poor Yeti's going to take a bigger smack than he might have anticipated here. But still, that compartment does go down. 3 heroes along the top side to get some additional Sui charge in here. But wow, he is really throwing a lot of value from offense at this base, and I'm a bit uncertain whether he's getting enough in exchange. He's going really fast as he did with his previous attack, though, and it's all going to be about squaring up for the Ice Hound deploy. A very effective Ice Hound setup that he had for last battle, but can he replicate that?
That's the big question, but I feel like this one witch, he had to use the poison early because there was such a huge wave of archers coming out of the clan castle. But there's one witch still staying up. She was not lured in the beginning, and this witch is keep spawning skeletons, and now running on the other side. But all of those skeletons, even though they're staying around, they're not doing anything, they can be still a problem later on because they might take some time to be taken down. The witch now is traveling over. The Lalo is coming in from the bottom side into the Eagle first. The Scatter is getting frozen. This is looking good. The Hound is flying across. Should be able to freeze that far side multi-inferno tower, but he has not too many loons left. The Warden ability already got used as well. The question is now, is this back-end Sing Inferno Tower able to provide the 3-star, which has been taken down, but there are now so many air skeletons coming around. And this owl, can the owl take down these skeletons, Woody? It's so close.
No! He cannot do it. Electro Owl is eliminated, and those skellies are going to continue to cause problems for the minions along the bottom edge, trying to get their cleanup done, but facing off against a bit more than they could chew off. Marinal from Space Station had a commanding presence at the beginning of this hit, but really needed to follow up strong with these Ice Hound Lalo hits. A Sui charge at the beginning can get massive value, but you really need to be able to back it up with a lot on the outer edge. Just not able to do that. Space Station will once again be rebuffed, and Nishang Dance seem cleared to claim the first position in the grand finals for the Clash Masters playoffs.
Yes, this is how things are looking like, but at the same time, this match is not over. We have seen so many turnarounds in this tournament, or like in this playoff stage so far. I feel like in the qualifiers, we always saw like, okay, the team which is getting the lead early is going to win the match no matter what. But today, I feel like already we have seen quite a few matches which were completely getting, like flipped around. So let's see if that's going to happen again. We have the 1-star lead, and we have LP attacking last, one of the players who has one of the highest hit rates out there. Can he make it? Can he finish off this match? Because if he's going to 3-star this next attack, Nishang Dance, as you said, is going to be safe in the next stage of this tournament, and Space Station is going to go to the lower bracket. Remember, your favorite teams out there always have this second alive, which means they're not out yet. They're just going to the lower bracket and have a second chance. But Nishang Dance so far, Woody, is looking good in this one.
Yep. The second life for your favorite teams and your least favorite teams as well. Everyone gets 2 chances here at Clash Masters. But with advancement here in the upper bracket, whoever loses this round will still have to just win 1 more in the lower bracket, while the other 2 teams that are waiting down there would have to get 2 wins back-to-back if they want to get a chance in the Clash Masters Playoffs Grand Finals. As you mentioned, LP, a world champion and a world-class player still throughout the ongoing developments in the metagame, really performing well at Town Hall 14 and competing for Nishang Dance now. In the upper corner, gets a Queen Charge set up for a strike against that air defense and a multi-target Inferno. good, reliable value here, and raging it up as well. Going to waste no time at all. He's also brought a log launcher, my personal favorite siege machine, ready to wreck through some walls and get some additional damage crashing in. Almost loses a healer up there up at the top side, but will just barely keep it up. I don't think he got a full pull from the CC though yet, Itsu.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Now the Hound is out there. The funneling with the log launcher began. The question though is the log launcher opening the perfect wall? So far it looks good. The logs are rolling. But this Tesla is on the log launcher, which means this Tesla can take down a lot of hit points off this log launcher. And is the wall going to be open for the town hall? No. This town hall compartment has not been open, which is a huge problem for him, because this means that the queen cannot reach the tunnel. I don't know if he's going to flip around the Lado. No risk, no fun. He's just going all in and going to end up on the tunnel as the last building. This is super risky, but he's just saying, guys, no risk, no fun. I'm going to risk it all just for this last attack.
Well, it's a bit of a surprise to me, especially from an attack that could have clinched victory just with a high percentage 2-star. But you know what? He knows what he's doing. That attack strategy is going to pay off. Even with a difficult time moving in against the Town Hall, the Arch Queen still looks well protected. There was, in fact, another healer in that log launcher. The balloons might have had to come out a little bit early with the log launcher unable to crack through that outer wall and give an easy access to the Town Hall, but she has forced her way through nonetheless. And with that 2nd star claimed, I believe that Nishang Dance are going to be out of reach by Space Station Gaming. 13 stars already, and it looks like a 14th will be coming in shortly. Holding on to another rage spell and all 5 balloons for cleanup. LP dominates with his last hit here.
Wow, what a risky attack, but he's able to keep his queen alive and make sure that he's even swagging a couple of things at the end. And this is, as you said, the 14 stars for Nishang Dance, and this means they're going to get into the next round of those playoffs, which means we're going to see them again for sure on Wednesday when we're getting into that next stage. On the other side though, Space Station go into the lower bracket. So we are going to check out the bracket in just a second when it's ready. And then we're going to see what our next matches look like, because we have still many matches ahead of us. So don't be afraid. A lot of Clash action is still in front with so many good matches. It's going to be crazy, Woody.
I'm really looking forward to it, Itsu. Congratulations to Nishang Dance. A timid playstyle does not get you into the Clash Masters playoffs, and LP was willing to risk it, put it all on the line, and hey, it came out in his favor this time around. 14 stars and 98.2 average destruction against Space Station. Still might have the highest hit rate of the clans that we've seen in Clash Masters if they manage to get the 3-star here, but their defense is just not able to hold up against the ground-based attacks. Really going to force some reconfiguring, maybe some new base building if they are able to advance through the bottom bracket and wind up facing against Nishang Dance a couple of days later in the grand finals.
Yeah, we have the Queen Charge again for... Wait a second. Where did those healers go? What did I miss? Were there a ton of... Wait,
they've gone to heaven, Itsu. All healers go to heaven.
Were the red... Was this beta with like a ton of red bombs?
I
really
also didn't catch exactly what happened to them. I have to go check the.
It has to be a red bomb bait. So how it works is if you put all red bombs, like if you predict a queen charge, and if you put all of those red bombs in one spot, you can one-shot healers. And then as an attacker, you always place all healers right away. Like you don't have like a coconut healer or something. And no one expects a ton of red bombs so far on the outside, so no one is doing this Coco Loon in the beginning, or nearly no one. And Lex just got completely obliterated as in a bait. LP completely predicted him with that block launcher queen charge, and he just said like, okay, this works versus other teams, but not versus me, and just wrecks those healers. What a god!
Right, you are. It was the red bombs on the outer edge, and there was even a scatter shot ready to dish out some additional splash damage if necessary. Perfect read by LP, but Lexnos is still going to make the most of a challenging situation here. That right side corner compartment, really the only thing left between Lexnos and the 3-star. Dragon Riders doing their best to kind of crack into it. This is going to be a high percentage 2-star, it looks like, though. Without the additional firepower that he needed from that queen, the triple is going to remain just out of reach.
I just got a clip sent from one of the viewers. All of the red bombs are over there, and he even placed a Coco Loon, but the Coco Loon triggered all of the red bombs, and the splash damage on the Coco Loon hit those healers as well. And with that, all of the healers were just gone in a second. This has to be one of the most frustrating starts into an attack. This is like the ultimate feeling of just rage quit and throw your device against the wall, because this is like you can't do anything in this situation. Like, this is one of the worst things, but just a genius bait from LP, knowing exactly what is going to hit him and who is going to attack him, because so far, like, Crazy Ryan nearly always charges the Town Hall, and Lex is always doing those lockdown to charges, so they exactly knew on which base they would do it, and LP just baited like crazy right there.
Well, Space Station now have a 70% hit rate from their past 2 wars. That's still a little bit higher than Nishang Dance with their 60% hit rate, but the defenses for Nishang have really come in over the top to carry them through. 12 stars only for Space Station, thanks particularly out of that last attack, as you mentioned, to the beautiful trap placement by LP, ensuring advancement now for them to the grand finals. ClashMSTRS Playoffs has its first grand finalist, Nishang Dance, as Space Station will go down to the lower bracket and await their next opponent. Still an opportunity for them to move on if they just get that last win, Itsu.
That's right. So that's going to be some crazy matches right there. But I think, should we take a look at the bracket really quickly before we're going into a small break to figure out what are the next matches which are ahead of us? So we have the bracket right there. Nishang Dance is safe, is going to get into the next round of the playoffs. On the other side, though, we have now 2 more matches. First, Reported Gaming versus Team Zex. And the winner of that one is going to face Space Station to get the 2nd spot, which is going to allow you to get into that next place.
Repotted Gaming versus Team Zex. If you don't remember, that was a match we already saw in the last chance qualifier, where Team Zex got a perfect 15-star to 11-star result. Will that be repeated in our playoffs here and now, or will Team Repotted Gaming get an opportunity to make it back through to face off against Space Station again? Time will tell. Hope that you'll stick with us and see the thrilling conclusion for day 1 of the ClashMSTRS playoffs. Welcome back to Clash Masters! Congratulations to Nishang Dance advancing to the grand finals, but we have 2 more amazing wars ahead for y'all. The bottom bracket is an elimination run for the 3 remaining teams, only one of which will get to join Nishang Dance in the playoffs. My name is Woody, and I'm here with Itsu. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. We already had so many good matches, you have to say. Like the huge turnaround from Nishang Dance just in this last match. Space Station looked so strong. There were, I think you said 7/7 or 8 out of 8 or something like that. And Nishang Dance was still able to turn around that match. And we have another really exciting match ahead, which is going to Reported Gaming versus this really strong team, Team Zex, which did pretty incredible versus Space Station already earlier. So this one should be an exciting one, Woody. I cannot wait for it to get started.
Neither can I. A match to be reminded about. There was already a last chance qualifier match between Team Zex and Repotted Gaming. They had both made their position into the playoffs secured, but Team Zex got a perfect war against Repotted Gaming. These 2 German community clans having already faced off, with Team Zex taking the lead and also looking quite powerful in their first war today. I'd say that they're probably the favorite for this next match, but what do you think? Has Repotted Gaming got a solid chance here as well?
I think they do. I just texted with one of their base bidders after the first match, and they were quite happy holding back Nishang Dance on 12 stars. I think the only thing which they have to do then around is being better on offense. So let's see how they can do in this match and if their defense is holding up strong again. But we have the next attack coming in, and it's going to be a P.E.K.K.A smash again onto this base of Giannis. And we have to start into the Eagle compartment, then around with the smash. And we have this log launcher then again, Woody, and I'm already super excited to see those logs rolling through the base. And I think the angle should work with hitting it on off those Clan Castle troops.
Is he gonna sacrifice his Electro Owl to the hard heat from that Inferno Tower? Rips him up and melts him down, but he will get an accompaniment to this Grand Warden walk. Archer Queen set up and ready to crack through, and with a super wall break and the log launcher rolling through, there is nothing that is going to stop their charge from right to left. I saw a base pretty similar to this rotated 90 degrees where a log launcher made a similar entry point, crashing through multiple big thick layers of walls in the middle, pouncing on the defenses. But wow, real quick response here as the CC comes out. It's going to be Rocket Loons trying to set that base defense apart. Uzi has none of it though, and he will be raging all the way through, going toe-to-toe with a rapid offense.
Yeah, and there's the jump towards the town of the Royal Champions getting added at the top side for that scatter shot. And so far, this attack is looking stunning. The Witchy at the bottom side tanking for that King. Even the King is surviving. The P.E.K.K.A are dodging their Town Hall poison. The Queen as well. And I mean, it's yet again another 3-star with this P.E.K.K.A smash. And I feel like, I don't know, I called this already many weeks ago. I think P.E.K.K.A smash is the #1 strategy in the game. And I feel like exactly this is showcased in the current matches of today. So many P.E.K.K.A smash 3-stars. And it's so hard to defend. Because if the attacker is bringing those loons with his smash in addition, even those black mines have no fun. Because all of them getting triggered by those Goku loons. So really nicely done. Another 3-star with the P.E.K.K.A smash. And that's a really good start for Team Zex. And now we have Reported. And they so far used a ton of Lalo. So complete different approach. So let's see which approach might be better at the end.
Well, sure, he had a lot of swag spells left at the end. Of course, he used a really difficult strategy like P.E.K.K.A smash to get it done. And yes, he used my favorite siege machine, the log launcher, but he brought a regular wizard instead of a party wizard. So can we really say that was a dominant victory, Itsu? He didn't do it in style. Where are the style points for that strike?
There is no party without the party wizard, right? Like, you need the party wizard in the army composition, otherwise there is no swag involved. That's how it is, right? This
0 swag points. I take them all away. Denied. Still, a 3-star start for Team Zex is just about the best you could hope for, with a convincing lead now over Repotted Gaming. It's going to be up to them to try to even the score with a strike of their own. But this is already starting to suggest to me that we are about to see a repeat of our playoffs performance from a couple of weeks ago at the Last Chance qualifier, or rather just last week of the Last Chance qualifier, a 15-11 scoreline for Team Zex over Repotted Gaming. I know I've said that like 3 times now, but like it still really shapes up for me how far ahead Team Zex have been in the past. And within this repeat performance here, Repotted Gaming are going to have to do a lot to come back over the top.
I feel like one of the most key attacks in this match are going to be those early couple of attacks, like the first 2 attacks, I will believe, because this one is going to show if one of the teams are going to fall behind early, or if those 2 teams are starting off both really strong. And I think then around we could see a really close match. But as I said, if this is not the case, we might see yet again one of those one-sided performances which you were mentioning earlier with this match earlier in the qualifiers. But now we have Klinger coming in with the Queen George Lalo. He needs to use that. Wait a second, that Queen is going. Oh, a nice invisibility spell is bringing her back. Question though now is that air defense getting skipped, or is this air defense getting taken down? Nope, not getting skipped. Air defense is getting taken down. Those healers are safe for now. Clancast is getting lured nice and easy. And this is looking strong for him. The P.E.K.K.A. getting pushed into that multi-inferno tower compartment. The Queen is walking inside. And this is looking like a strong entry, Woody.
I think Invisibility Spell has got to be my favorite spell in esports, for its ability to be used both as a defensive measure to protect your troops and offensively to ensure that the funneling goes correctly here. I think actually having a bit more difficulty with that air defense than I anticipated. Taking down the first healer now. I'm going to force a drop of some balloons to finish it off. Klinger, nonetheless, is going to be moving in quick and ready with a Stone Slammer and a Royal Champion at the left side corner to knock down that multi-target Inferno and hopefully path onto the scatter shot afterwards. But losing his Archer Queen is a big loss here now. Klinger has dropped a big offensive boon that Repotted Gaming likely needed to finalize the triple here, Itsu.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Those defending heroes are giving him some problems. And those eagle shots hitting so many loons. I feel like whenever... Wait a second, okay, those eagle... Yeah, finally those eagle shots are hitting some buildings. With that backhand scatter shot, this Lalo is not getting anywhere. And as you said, this attack falling short quite a bit. And I was talking about how important those first attacks are for the outcome of this match. And now it's only roughly getting close to this 80% mark, which is never ever like a percentage you want to get in one of those deciding matches. So it feels like, yet again, the offense of Repotted is being a big problem for them. And so far, Team Zex is looking really strong.
You may feel confident with another dozen balloons approaching the final corner of the base, but that scatter shot will make the helium squelium. Pops all of the remaining loons, and that corner will hold strong. Defense for Uzi by Team Zex will leave Klinger and Repotted Gaming down in the 2-star with a relatively low percentage hit here in the 80s mark. Catches a Siege Workshop on the outer edge to get one more little cleanup point, but that is going to be a tough loss to come back from. Oh, he doesn't even get the Siege Workshop. Ouch.
That's 1% less. So if that 1% matters at the end, we know where it's missing. But this Siege Workshop, a little bit too many hit points right there. But this means we have already a really big lead after the first attack for Team Zex. I think if the next attack for Repotted is not going to be 2-star, whatever Team Zex is getting now, even if they're going to get a 2-star next, I feel like if Repotted is not going to 3-star, I feel like this match is over. Because as we said, typically they want to... They kind of strike really hard early and getting like less power later on. So not getting a 3-star early is a huge problem for them, I feel. So not sure if they can turn this around. But Team Zex could just push the lead even further with 3-starring this next attack. So that's that'll be a pretty game-changing moment then for them.
Yeah, it's a relative rarity to see the comeback actually happen in a war where a team is ahead by a star or more. And so for Team Zex to have kind of had the upper hand in terms of morale boost from getting the 15-11 victory over Repotted Gaming in the last chance qualifier, they are going to be even more bolstered by the current scoreline at 3-2 and with a dominant lead on percentage as well if it does wind up coming down to being a tiebreaker. 6 Dragon Riders joined by 1 Electro Dragon and a little bit of balloon accompaniment here. Battle Blimp to start this thing off will crash down into this top compartment and get an easy lock onto the Eagle Artillery, which has caused so many problems for lots of these aerial raids. Sacrificing that early blow, though, and the whole siege machine means that Soichi needs a reliable way to finish off the Town Hall in the bottom compartment. And here's one way to get the job started. Archer Queen will be making a Sui dive alongside her hubby, the Barbarian King, to make an entry point here opened up for the Dragon Riders.
Yeah, but I think the Royal Champion did not get the value he was looking for. I feel like he wanted to get that shot out of the way, but the Tesla farm really messed up this Royal Champion big time. So maybe it's going to be a factor later on, but either way, we have the Queen taking down that Town Hall and the Super Minions. The triple Super Minions are coming out of the Clan Castle. He's having to use that Queen ability for them. That's exactly what he's doing, so he's able to take them out, which is nice. But except that, that's pretty much it for that Queen. But now it's everything is relying on those Dragon Riders coming in from the top left side. The Electro Dragon is tanking just a little bit, but those Dragon Riders have to go through a lot. Especially they have to go through a lot of this space, which means on all of those spaces there might be black mines, and this is really bad for those Dragon Riders.
Oh! You're right, there's one right there. Crashes into that Dragon Rider, which will now rejoin the rest of the troops along the bottom left edge. Grand Warden trying to protect these troops with that Eternal Tome, but these traps are just triggering at the worst possible time for Soichi. He did manage to finish off that Archer Queen at the top left compartment thanks to some free spell support, but an Electro Dragon kind of pathing along the outer edge for cleanup is not the ideal use for such a big blue beast. Soichi's troops still in the mid now, trying their best to kind of continue applying pressure and dropping those bombs, but this is just so much base left, and Repotted Gaming have finally managed to do it. The defense will be good for them here, and there's a question as to whether that percentage advantage that Team Zex had to start with will be able to even hold up. With 78% now, they're going to be dropped down pretty far into the low 90s after this hit, and that could give Repotted Gaming exactly the opening that they were looking for to get this thing back in the lead column.
Yeah, it is a really good defense, and yet again another Dragon Rider defense. We have seen, I think, this now the 4th mass Dragon Rider attack of the day. That was, yeah, really nice, more percentages. But so far, the Dragon Riders are 1 out of 4 in the matches so far. So I don't know if I want to see more of those lightning mass Dragon Rider attacks. I feel like it has not worked so far for the teams. People, base builders for sure, adapted, placing those bike mines really nicely inside the core, around the core, where the Dragon Riders typically path. So it's not easy for them to get through all of this, and success rate is really showing that. And now we have the next attack for Repotted. I think they're going to go yet again with Lado. Yep, they are doing it. Lado is going to be the choice, and it is Sui Lado actually, with that wall break nice and early into that compartment. There's the Ice Golem, and there's a lot of damage. The defending King is over there, defending Royal Champion is over there, and those Expos are already shooting really early on. So let's see if he's getting all of the value he wants to get. Because so far, wait, another Rage is getting invested as well? That's a heavy investment, Woody.
That was a really important Electro Owl finish for that last attack, though. I gotta say, being able to pull the total from 81% up to 83% means that even if Janus gets the 3-star here and now, Repotted Gaming would still be behind Team Zex, which just eked out an advantage with that final strike by the Electro Owl. Still a good start here, as you mentioned, throwing a lot on the line for a rapid start. We are not really worried about a time fail for this hit from Janus. Instead, it's going to be about whether or not he can take down those two big Inferno towers at the bottom of the base, protecting air defenses, Eagle artillery, and an enemy Archer Queen. He might have taken out 38% of the base in the first minute, but the rest that remains is still fearsome. 2 scatter shots still up and well spread out. This is going to be a tough one after all, Itsu.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important for him to take down those 2 super minions on the left side, because they could be a devastating force for his troops, for his Lalo, because those loons cannot fight back. Warden ability is getting used to cover all of those loons, or the majority in the core, but the ones at the bottom, take a look at those loons at the bottom side. All of them were not in the Warden ability, and there are so many loons dying. Another couple of set of red bombs, and this multi-inferno tower, which is in the core, like, it's taking down so many loons. It is just, I don't know, those loons have no chance, it feels like. But wait a second.
Use the spells. Freezes out, shuts off the Eagle artillery. The remaining loons path over the Expo and knock it down. Eagle is finished off, and I think he might have it after all. It's a rough entry point, but with a swag invisibility now, he says, you know what? If you ever doubted me for a second, go take a look in the mirror. Jadis is here, and he is happy to claim that 3-star for Repotted Gaming. They are behind just a smidgen relative to Team Zex, but Jadis has done everything he can to get them back into pole position. 91% overall destruction up against Team Zex with a 91.5%.
Yeah, I feel like during this attack, like in the middle of the attack, I would say it looked so bad with so many loons dying at this bottom side, especially with the Warden ability not hitting them. And then somehow he still managed to somehow power it through. This Dragon Rider from the Slammer, really nice against this multi-inferno tower. And then it was only that Eagle left as a defense. So really nicely done to Giannis right there. And this means this was this so important 3-star. We talked about it. Repotted needs to 3-star as early as possible for them to get this momentum going and then somehow push this as far as they can. They had an incredible defense, so maybe they can push this now further. But at the same time, there are so many more attacks left in this match, Woody. So I don't know if we don't see like another, like, I feel like comeback after comeback after comeback is going to be this match. Like, it's a huge ping pong of like taking and losing the lead again. Maybe. Let's see how the next attack goes.
Yeah, it almost starts to feel a little bit disorienting at this point. Teams that have shown perfect wars in the past and have offenses that are surging, nonetheless kind of finding difficulties early on and really kind of creating openings for each other. It's hard to tell a story when the momentum seems to be shifting back and forth so much between these two squads. It's really a privilege to be able to watch a war that is this close right now, with just a tiny fraction of a percentage separating Team Zex and Repotted Gaming. But with elimination on the line, there is no room for error by SQU. A strong attacker, to be sure, from Zex, able to put up those 3 stars and really going to be going in super hard now with a Battle Blimp blizzarding it up right on top of those 2 enemy heroes. A scatter shot and potentially a multi-target Inferno also available for targeting now. Chaining lightning into the core, even taking a few shots at that single target Inferno and the CC as well. This is a really heavy-handed hit by SQU.
Yeah, really good entry, it feels like. The question though is, I think with those Blizzard attacks, it's always about the entry. If that's not going to work, like if he's not going to get the value he wanted to get, the attack is falling short because you're investing so much. The siege machine, a rage, 4 to 5 invisibility spells. So many powerful tools of your army is already gone. So it's not going to be easy. And I think he needs to funnel away this cannon. Otherwise, this queen might not follow this king, depending on how fast this king is clearing out this bomb tower. Because after taking down the elixir storage, is the queen? Yep, the queen is going the wrong way, but she's walking inside. Super lucky for him. And the Dragon Rider has already started, Woody.
They're making their way to the town hall and will be able to crack it down. Main phase of the attack will be protected from that Giga Bomb and the poison that comes after it. SQU's Archer Queen at the left corner going to have a little bit more work left to do. Hopefully able to take down that air sweeper, which is pushing back these Dragon Riders and slowing down the hit. Misses that, and with it, that's going to be even more slowdown action. Lots of aerial skeletons now popping out from these traps and distracting, dealing quite a bit of unfortunate damage to these attackers. The only saving grace here is the Royal Champion on offense, whose ability already popped, using those spears to throw away the skeletons up top. And I think SQU has done it. A minute left for cleanup, and he just has one compartment remaining with defenses on it along the bottom side. Minions spread out perfectly to handle out the rest of this base, and that is going to be it. It's a 3-star claimed by SQU, and Team Zex will be continuing on, advancing ahead of Repotted Gaming.
Yep, a really strong attack, getting those Mass Dragon Riders to work with an incredible Blizzard and Hero part, great pathing, and the one thing which I like the most is that he started so early with his Dragon Riders because he did not want to run into any time problems, just instead full power and just send everything into the Eagle, and it looked great, getting the 3-star, and Team Zex is back on track.
Indeed they are, and although it seemed like a slim lead, that knowledge that a triple from your team can keep you ahead might just be the little bit of motivating oomph that got SQU over the finish line there in a narrow attack that nonetheless had a solid start with the Blizzard Strike. Didn't get, I think, full value from it, but I mean, it's hard to say like what full value would necessarily be from that. Couldn't finish off the enemy heroes, for example, though. But bringing in 3 headhunters to get the work cleaned up, I think he had a nice plan that was well executed. Maybe not a textbook play here, one that will merit studying, but a 3-star is a 3-star, we say sometimes, and that's going to keep Team Zex ahead.
That's right, but at the same time, with another 3-star, we could see... Again, Repotted taking the lead back, and depending on those next attacks. So let's see what is about to happen. General X coming in with a Packer Smash, but this time we have 4 Earthquakes. That's a heavy investment. And we have to wait if this investment is worth it. Most likely opening from the Eagle compartment into the Town Hall compartment. And that one walk is trying to create this pathing, trying to form this cut to make sure everything, the smash, is just getting through that getting through that Eagle compartment into the core, in between of 2 scatters, and that's going to be scary, Woody.
Yeah, this is going to be a frightening start for General X. These walls are really tough to overcome, and we saw a similar base layout that actually managed to get a 1-star defense in the past week of the Clash of Clans World Championship. It's not necessarily about the buildings that are inside kind of such a strange quasi-donut base. That scatter shot, kind of the only real big threat protected by those layers of walls, but really going to force out a big investment by General X in those 4 spells likely to crack those compartments apart and ensure that you don't get an awkward situation where your troops are kind of pathing in a weird way or forced to spend a lot of time trying to break down those maxed out walls.
Yeah, and right now he has the blimp selected as a siege machine, which is quite surprising because with this one, you would typically bring that siege barracks because it is just so powerful. With the funneling, you're creating cleanup already with all of those wizards. So I'm not sure if that is the right choice with the siege machine. He's bringing that blimp, going to use it somewhere. Maybe to support the Royal Champion. We're going to see in just a couple of seconds. There's the Royal Champion though now. Which means, I don't know, maybe on the left Inferno Tower. I'm not sure. I have to say I'm not a huge fan of the Siege Machine choice so far. Yes, it's more risky bringing another Siege Machine. But I feel like with Packer Smash, sometimes you have to take this risk to take the full potential. And now he's even switching to a Slammer, trying to take down the scatter shot. So, I don't know. That's a crazy idea. There's the first Black Mine though. Getting an Air Skeleton Trigger as well. Another Black Mine.
Another Black Mine.
I don't know. Is that Slammer getting enough value?
Does it have a dragon in it? No, Yetis. Down on the floor. Stop it all. We've got a big Royal Champion on defense. Not much left to say from their main army. Well protected multi-target Inferno on this left side compartment. And throwing out the last little bit of his offensive capability, invisibility spell to try to protect. Here goes a freeze on the enemy Royal Champion. Target Inferno. A call here, but maybe he'll get rewarded for it after all. Multi-target Inferno is heating up on that poor Royal Champion. Unicorn trying to keep her healed up. She does it for now, but the cannon! The cannon takes her down. Unicorn is helpless now, unable to get any more shots off. General X coming ever so close, but he couldn't get it in the end. Rotted Gaming with a 2-star 97% are falling behind now on both percentage and stars to a Team Zex, which just by the skin of their teeth on both offense and defense are just a little bit ahead, but a little bit is all you need.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this was just super bad Siege Machine choice. The Slammer did not get anything. 2 black ones, as you said, and it was just gone into the NATO trap as well. Like this same Siege Machine in combination with like as a Siege Barracks, for example, to create even better pathing and creating another P.E.K.K.A. as well. You never want to forget that with using the Siege Barracks, you're just getting a P.E.K.K.A. for free, which is a huge support. As well, you can just tank for your king as well. So I'm not sure about that choice over there. But we have now the next attack coming in, which is going to be a surprising one. We see a Hydra attack, which is not that surprising. But we see a Lava Hound in the combination, which is a little bit unique. Because normally we see those Lava Hounds with like a Blizzard Hydra maybe. This one is just going to send in the Hound to tank the Scatter Shot and the Elephant nice and early, and tanking a ton of traps, Woody.
Yeah, this is a really good opening for Rita, and fortunate as well. Can't always predict where those traps are going to be, but if they crash into something else other than your main army, you're going to be happy about it. A little bit of an awkward pathing for those couple of dragons out on the outer edge, but they will join up with the Dragon Rider to find their way toward that enemy Royal Champion. Free spell as well to keep them kind of safe, and an Eternal Tome back to back to back. Real quick, rapid deployment from Rita. He does get the Battle Blade right onto the Town Hall, and even with the Seeking Airmine popping out, those balloons are going to get the job done. First star claimed to the second one right afterwards. Another rage spell stacked on top of these dragons. This is the quickest attack so far, Itsu.
It is striking really fast, but at the same time, this core is holding strong. Now we have those rocket loons coming out, and they're going right for Lassie and for those attacking heroes. On the back end, we have an Expo and Scattershot still left, which is not making the life of those heroes easier. The Sweeper pushed away the Dragon and the Owl, but can they now take down the Multi-Inferno on the core? The Dragon is going down! And with that, the Royal Champion as well, nothing so far is being able to reach that Scatter Shot. And this seems to be another defense. And with this, Reported Gaming have another chance. I don't know, they're getting a lot of chances, but wait a second. Why is that Unicorn tanking? Queen is staying alive for now, and maybe I called this too early. This might still work out depending on the Queen pathing, Woody.
I don't see any way for a Queen to get through an Expo, a Tesla, and a multi-target Inferno behind so many walls. Just the range on the Expo alone is going to be it. I mean, you could convert that Tesla and Wizard Tower into like a storage and a mine, and the Expo would still be able to finish her off. Gets the ability usage here, but there's still enough splash damage from the multi-target Inferno and the Wizard Tower, and oh man, where did the archers go? They hit a bomb or something? Oh no, it's the Wizard Tower just moved those poor archers, yeah. Well, a really rapid hit on the middle there, but unfortunately for Rita, what we have come to learn here is the brighter the burn, the shorter the shine for these dragons. Really fast, fiery strike, but getting evaporated by defenses that just really held up super strong. Maybe a little bit better timing on the Eternal Tome or slightly better spell placement. I don't know if there was anything that he could really do there. That was kind of a brute force attack, which just ran head first into a brick wall and was unable to smash through this time, Mitsu.
Yeah, the defense looked really strong, but at the same time now Reported needs a 3-star. If they don't 3-star, this defense is not worth anything. So if they're 3-starring, they have the lead back. It's yet again another change of the lead in this match. And I mean, they still have
Actually,
their
I
best
think
player
it's an
left.
exact tie.
Is it an exact tie?
If Repotted Gaming gets a 3-star, I think that it would be an exact tie. So you can check me on the math for that one. But I think that it would be exactly tied.
I have no clue about the percentages in the beginning, to be honest. But Repotted has still one of their best, or maybe the best attacker left with Timtastic. He has done so many crazy Blizzard Lalo attacks recently, so let's see if he's able to do that again and save Repotted maybe with this one. Timtastic is live now, and he is doing the strategy again, the Blizzard Lalo. Where is he going to use that siege machine from? Let's wait for it. Blimp, typically the start of this attack. He has only 2 hounds, which means he's not going to invest a hound for the Blizzard. This would be way too expensive. Only a couple of runes. There's the sweeper. He's going to try to get on top of that king platform. And with this, he can reach quite a couple of biddings right there. There's the invisibility spell. He wants to get that defending Royal Champion for sure. And the value over there is pretty great to take down the Scatter, the Expo, the Royal Champion as well, depending on the pathing of the Royal Champion, obviously. But Expo already down as well, Sweeper down.
Wow.
And now this Royal Champion maybe as well. Is the Royal Champion falling?
One more shot.
Nope, that's not going down.
Bad news for Timtastic, but he has clambered back from more difficult starts than that, and still just a lot of damage on that Royal Champion. She might not have been finished off, but like the next big shot will do it. He's also holding on to a couple of Headhunters, and if he gets the positioning just right, might be able to get them to target in against her first. But with an attack starting from the top corner that's likely to path along the left edge of this base now, finishing off that CC and finding a shot against that Town Hall compartment, funneling is looking really good here for him. A minute in, though, and this attack with a Sui Laloon dive with these heroes to start with is shaping up quite well. 3 air defenses along the outer edge. Royal Champion ought to be able to get a first one of them down. If she gets the scatter shot as well with that Barbarian King, that is super value for Tim.
Yeah, that will be incredible value. But yeah, more Tesla, but at the same time, so many skeleton traps, which is distracting the King for so long. But the Royal Champion and the King together should get that scatter down. Runes at the top side, get the Wizard Tower and the Lalo getting started from the left, but this Royal Champion on the back end, Woody, that's, I don't know, maybe that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I wonder if Timtastic had intended to finish off the Eagle Artillery with that strike. He got a lot of great damage off, but with those Teslas popping up in the right corner, that might have denied him that shot. Might still have the chance at a 3-star here. Inferno Tower is really burning through these balloons quickly, but great free support. He's got the haste right on target. He's going fast through this base. It's just that centralized multi-target Inferno that he's going to worry about. Good news, though, with that Tornado Trap triggering early on, Tim does not have to worry about the slowdown there in the middle, and I think that might just be it. All the defenses have been cracked. Royal Champion's going to start throwing spears up into the sky. They need to finish off that last Expo, though, before they can get the lock onto her. I think that Timtastic has done it.
It's looking really good for him. And take a look at that Loon Split. Perfect for him. Some Loons going for that Elixir storage. And this means this is going to be the 3-star for Timtastic. Saving Repotted and giving them the lead back. Or is this the tie?
No, it's an exact tie. I'm telling you, man. They
really?
are neck and neck. They are exactly even. At the exact same start count and 94.8% overall destruction. They are exactly even going into this last hit. And so we do want to remind our viewers, if we get into a situation where stars, percentage are both tied, then it comes down to overall time spent in the attack, with less time being advantageous.
Wow. I did not expect that this would be the perfect tie, which means somehow this is turning into a 1 versus 1 with those last 2 attackers. So out of the pressure on them, Team Zex has the chance of going first, which means if they're going to 3-star, this is incredible pressure on the Repotted Gaming player. On the other side, though, if they're not going to 3-star, it's pretty chill, I want to say. And we have Takana coming in with the Queen, George, Dragon Riders in onto this base of Klinger. And he's bringing the Slammer first with kind of like a Yeti Blimp version. But instead of bringing the Blimp, he is just bringing that Slammer. Really good idea from him. And now this queen is charging. Wait a second, needs to freeze. Nice freeze, making sure that he's not losing the queen ability too early. And now being able to take down this defending Lava Hound without having too much damage on her, Woody.
I'm trying to get this exactly right, and I don't want to mislead the viewers, but what I'm hearing, I think, from my production crew is that the time total for the attacks that we've seen so far also leaves less than 1 second difference between Team Zex and Repotted Gaming. If we have a 3-star from either team and a 2-star from the other, that will be the decisive shutout victory. But if we get 3 stars from both teams, or similarly 2 stars, that leave us with just an even score on percentage overall, it's time spent in the attack. That puts even more pressure on Takana to be as quick as possible with this queen charge in. Unfortunately for him, though, healers getting pushed back is super bad news, forcing out the queen ability and an invisibility spell. Lots deployed by Takana, potentially in a panic move here to try to keep his queen safe.
Yeah, now the Town Hall locking onto the healers. The queen, though, luring those healers away from the Town Hall compartment. The king getting the Town Hall down, which is the 1st star secured. But obviously, Takana is going for 3 stars overall. Dragon Riser coming in. The first defending hero is been taken down. But now there's a king in between of those attacking troops and the defending queen. The Sweeper is as well pushing into that direction, which is making things not really easier for those attacking troops. He has 1 more freeze left, which he's going to use most likely for this defending queen. There's the Headhunter, but the Headhunter is going to be taken down. And now this queen, there's the freeze on the queen. Is this queen going down, Woody? It's...
No one's attacking her! Itsu, the queen gets frozen, but the attacking queen is stuck on a wall and trying to finish off these skeletons. I think that Takana has missed a big opportunity here. The Headhunter's not able to take down the enemy hero, and that is just going to be curtains for this attack. Really key miss with the enemy hero still left standing, and even with the healers trying to top off his attacking hero, the enemy queen stands tall. The red queen defiant. Klinga's defense for Repotted Gaming might just have given them the win, Itsu.
That is an incredible defense, but at the same time, Repotted Gaming needs now more than 93%. 94%, and they're going to win this match.
A 2-star 94%.
This is...
Don't forget, we've seen 1-star 94% hits in the past.
Okay. That's a good point. Not a 1-star 94%. That's right. But a 2nd star should be secured. That's 100% correct. But still, this match is so close. It is incredible.
I gotta say, for the sake of the drama developing in this final hit, I was hoping for a 3-star by Team Zex to get us even closer to the potential for that tie time breaker. But we still could have one if Repotted Gaming gets a 2-star and a 93%. It might be the case that they would actually even still win on time, pending confirmation of the overall minutes and down to the seconds even spent on the prior 4 hits. But let's concentrate fully on next strike. He's going to be going in on this bottom right side really quickly, cracked into that compartment, but the queen's not going for it, Itsu.
Yeah, the queen going in the complete wrong compartment, and this is really bad news for him because he placed already all of his heroes, which means he has no option of getting those heroes back towards the eagle. Clan Castle's coming out, Roach ability is getting used, but is this going to work? NATO Trap is over there as well, rotating the queen or the healers into the Inferno Tower range. He has to freeze it. What a perfect NATO right there, making sure those healers are in range of that Muta Inferno Tower. Take a look at that. It's beating away those healers so fast. He has to make everything invisible. The queen is finally going for that Muta Inferno Tower, but those healers, 1 or 2 red bombs, and those healers are gone. Wait a second. He's what? We talked about he's not supposed to get a 1-star. Slammer in as well.
Yeah.
Mech is crazy. He is doing all or nothing.
Maybe he thought that there was no guarantee that he'd have enough percentage, even if he went for the Town Hall early on. He does need to get that 94% to secure the tiebreaker edge, and so you're right, he's going for all or nothing. It's the 3-star or bust, the last leg of this attack, sending in the Stone Slammer. What a gutsy play by Mech. He's got it. He's in the last compartment, but can he hold on long enough, Itsu?
The Slammer opened up the wall for the Queen, so the Queen can help getting towards that Town Hall. The Dragon Riders are trying, but the Town Hall is beaming everything away. That Queen has no ability left anymore.
No.
Nothing is going for the Town Hall. The Dragon Riders are going around.
Trap after trap! Bombs exploding! Skeleton sent in on defense! SQU from Team Zex has done it! He's held on barely, but barely is good enough. Giga Inferno annihilates the last remaining minions, and they have done it! The 1-star defense! Team Zex incredibly advancing with a failure by Repotted Gaming to close it out. What a finish, Itsu! The best war I have seen all day today. Team Zex and Repotted Gaming putting on a great show, but only one will move on, and it's going to be Team Zex.
What a crazy match. That I still don't. Why? Like, he took so much risk in this one. Obviously, the huge mistake in the beginning of not funneling and his Queen going to the wrong compartment, and this messed up the whole plan. Like, this was the huge problem for him. Then the NATO trap as well, where he had to invest so many spells in saving his sealers, and this attack just fall apart. So really, really unfortunate for him. Good defense on the other side, and this means we have a rematch happening between Team Zex and Space Station, which already had a match earlier today, where Space Station got a 15 stars. Let's take a look at the bracket really quick, how those matches turn out and how this last match come up, because we had so many crazy matches already, Woody.
Advancement for Nishang Dance to secure a spot in the Clash Masters Playoffs Grand Finals. But as you mentioned there, Itsu, Repotted Gaming falling now to Team Zex, a squad that had a trouncing victory over them in the last chance qualifier, 15-11, but barely eked out the win in a really tight finish that saw the two clans on their first 4 hits exactly tied. Neither of those 5th and final strikes from the teams got the upper hand with a triple, and so we were left just going down to percentage, and with the 1-star advantage thanks to their defense, Team Zex will go up against Space Station Gaming for the rematch, but it is not going to be a confident move for them at all. Really just kind of coming in with 12 stars is kind of the least that you could expect for a team to have a shot at this point.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be an intense match for the last spot moving into the next stage of this playoff bracket. So everything is on the line for those two teams. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes with the next really epic match. You don't want to miss that, so don't go anywhere. See you guys back in a couple of minutes.
Howdy y'all, and welcome back to Clash Masters. We are deep into our playoffs now, and the Group A field has been winnowed down to 3 remaining teams. One of them, Nishang Dance, will go to the grand finals, while the other 2 have to duke it out for that last spot. My name's Woody, and I'm joined by Itsu. We're about to watch the last war, man. Are you excited?
Super excited, especially because it's a rematch, and maybe Team Zex has a chance versus Space Station, who were incredible strong so far in this competition. 15 stars in their first match. This is not going to be easy to go against, but maybe Team Zex has an answer for this one, Woody.
Hey, it's a possibility. Team Zex just showed a little bit of weakness, I think, in their previous match against Repotted Gaming. They previously got a 4-star advantage over them in the last chance qualifier, but this time around, it was a very narrow win. So, hot off a victory, but not necessarily one that will carry them on to the win. Space Station Gaming, on the other hand, just got a loss going up against Nishang Dance, a team that I had predicted they would be able to beat, but nonetheless, I think their defense is crumbling a bit more than expected and not able to keep up that offensive pressure that they had from round 1. That signaled their downfall. So is this a reversal of fortunes? Are we going to see the momentum favoring Team Zex after all? Or will Space Station be able to rally at this point and get that second and last spot for Group A?
That's the big question we all are asking ourselves, because both teams for sure have the chance of getting this spot, but at the same time, I think favorites going into this one is for sure Space Station with their incredible performance so far in this competition, especially with the performance earlier. But either way, it's going to be an amazing match, and I cannot wait for it to get started with the attacks, which we're going to see in just a couple of seconds. But just like seeing the different attacks which are getting used, I feel like it's really cool. I was a bit afraid because in the qualifiers, on last chance qualifiers, we saw a lot of air spam. But in this current, in those matches so far, we saw P.E.K.K.A smash quite a bit. We saw Queen charges. We saw even Lalo attacks a lot. Really successful as well with Blizzard combination, for example. So looking forward to see yet again a lot of variety. I feel like this is the most exciting thing to see in Clash. And we have Agent this time, starting things off with Space Station. I talked about variety because, Woody, this is a Queen Charge hybrid.
Yeah, something that we haven't seen at all yet today. Ground-based composition going away from the P.E.K.K.A Smash strat and toward an army with just 10 Hog Riders. This is certainly tipped toward the miners, but able to hop over walls, go underneath them as well. They are not going to present any trouble for Agent 33. Instead, he's got to focus almost solely on the funneling. This Queen Charge is going to be crucial to knock down the Town Hall early on here and try to take a shot at enemy heroes, which can also present a big problem for a hybrid army like this, distracting enemy miners and kind of forcing awkward redeployment. So Agent instead is going to use rage spells to get that enemy royal champion down, finishes off the Town Hall and the CC pull. Things are starting off well for him, but a minute in, he's made a significant commitment already, Itsu.
Yeah, but I feel like the most important thing is that Queen pathing, making sure that she's not getting. Wait a second, there were a lot of spring traps on the outside, which means most of those spring traps are gone. I want to say that this Queen is not stepping into the Town of Poison is a huge deal for him. The next huge thing, and I want to say already a 3-star, is all of those springs are gone. Those springs were meant to defend against a Headhunter commitment, but this one with Hybrid is obviously having huge benefit of all of those spring traps gone. You can see it right now. There is no Hog Rider flying. There is no Miner flying. Everything's staying on the ground. And with this for Hybrid, this is pretty much done, I feel like.
Yeah, pigs do not fly this time around, and that is great news for Agent 33. Seemingly, SQU did not expect this sort of attack against the base, and even though he's got some great double giant bombs set up now, exploding on these Hog Rider hits, they're coming in just a little bit too late, not denying the miners, which are still pathing through, and there's a gigantic siege machine, that barracks out on the left side that you so lauded earlier today. Sending in a P.E.K.K.A and Wizards for cleanup will just be fantastic overkill. Congratulations to Agent 33. Space Station start the game with a lead, a 3-star hit for them.
Yeah, and I feel like at the moment, maybe I feel like at the moment, if you can see that you, the other team is defending air spam or like things like headhunters with those spring traps, for example, just do more hybrid. I feel like at this point, when Space Station saw all of those spring traps, I feel like they should for sure maybe add one or maybe even two more Queen Charge hybrid attacks into the mix, because if in those other bases, all of those spring traps on the outside, which is the biggest counter, like which is still the biggest downfall of hybrid, if those spring traps are not even near the base because they're somewhere on the outside next to walls, for example, they do not do anything against hybrid. And this could be a huge deal, finding this really early into the match, because if they're quick and adapting on the fly, they could just add a couple of more Queen Charge hybrids to the mix, because with those spring traps out of the way, this attack strategy seems pretty OP. Like how the hybrid went through this, no problem whatsoever.
Hats off to Space Station. Really good base identification, versatile attack strategies, knew that they had a solid attempt, and they took it. A team that had been preferring the aerial, but just like you mentioned, able to swap back to ground when they think it favors them most. And I think Team Zex is really caught by surprise with that hit. Anytime you see an attack that finishes with more than 30 seconds or has still so many troops left on the field, that kind of indicates to me that that was a surprise, an upset, an overwhelming victory. And that's certainly what Space Station got here right out of the gate. So Team Zex is taking a moment to breathe here, I'm guessing, to try to recollect themselves and find an opportunity to return fire. Now we're going to be launching into the game where Uzi gets the first hit. Uzi is certainly, I'd say, among the stronger of the players for Team Zex, a confident early striker who was able to get that 3-star in the last war that we saw and carry his team on to victory as a result. Archer Queen is going to be insulated by an Ice Golem along this left top charge, where she'll be able to knock down a cannon, but then we'll rely on that super wall break to crack in through the remaining compartments. Finds a scatter shot and an air defense, two big key targets to take out for a Laloon raid, Itsu.
Yeah, taking that out nice and early is a huge deal, and so far the push looks really, really strong. There are the Lightnings taking down the entire core, and this is obviously great because, well, it took down the core itself building-wise, but wait a second, that queen barely staying alive through that scatter shot. Shot right there. But I want to say, taking down the buildings means no troops are passing over there, which is a huge deal because typically all of those red bombs are located in the core. And with this Inferno Tower gone, nothing should pass over there. So that's huge for Uzi right there. We have the Clan Castle coming out as well. The Town Hall is falling versus the Sneaky Goblins. The poison is getting placed. The poison street, actually. And this should take down the defending Clan Castle really easily.
3 ground targeting expos on the backside and a 4th one up top in that last compartment. I think Uzi got a good read on what would be working well here. Pretty unusual to see someone set all 4 to ground when we've seen so much strength from Team Zex in terms of their aerial attacks, and particularly Uzi now looking cleared for landing on this 3-star, holding on to 3 freezes and a couple of hastes as well. These loons are kind of far away from their target and are going to have to face off against an enemy Archer Queen. What do you think is the plan for that? Are we just hoping for Pups and Royal Champion to get the work done there?
Not really sure, because
that Archer Queen is just popping balloons.
Yeah, this Archer Queen, like, there's even a super minion alive. Nothing is like the Owl now, but 1 versus 1, Queen versus Owl, like, the Queen is winning every single time. Even the NATO trap at the end is getting triggered. And this is a huge defense. 4 legs right there. 75. It's climbing just a little bit, but to be honest, it shouldn't get any higher than those 80%. More red bombs in the core. We were talking about that earlier. But this is a really good defense, especially considering that Space Station started with those 3 stars. So this match early on already looking good for Space Station. Pretty similar like their match which they had earlier in the same bracket.
I'm trying to take a sec to figure out what happened with that Archer Queen, because that seems like just such a big oversight by Uzi that he would leave a major defensive hero up along for the entirety of that. So I'm watching the replay right back now, and I'm seeing that he did bring on to 3 headhunters, which I think were all intended to finish off that enemy Archer Queen. He's holding on to them until the 1 minute and 15 mark when he deploys them along the bottom right section, protected by a Grand Warden. Do they get sprung off? Yes, all 3 Headhunters get sprung off by a Springtrap. So that is what happened in the last attack. A very close effort by Uzi that came terrifyingly close to the triple, but having the perfect Springtrap placement, Lexnos there, denied that attempt and kept his most important defender up at a time that he needed her the most.
Yeah, we were talking about this, this kind of coin flip and mind game as well with those spring traps. You can place them against headhunters, but then obviously they're not that great versus hybrid. But you can place them versus hybrid, but then they're not that great versus headhunters. So always a tricky situation. But now we have Garadicus for a space station coming in with a lightning Lalo with a log launcher. I love to see it, and I feel like he is going for that town hall push. I have to say, we have to wait if he's getting that town hall out of the way, because that town hall is really deep inside. At the same time, wait, is the action? I mean, I think he could get the town hall with a really deep push, but at the same time, it's really far away.
Log launcher moving into support, an unusual sight here. The golem brought by Garadicus for this initial stab indicates that he needs a lot of cushioning out in front for this Sumi dive, which is intended to go deep, probably targeting on to that enemy Archer Queen right next to the clan castle there. Soaring through and getting the pull out that Lava Hound. It's going to be bad news for Garadicus. Going to distract that Archer Queen for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, his Barbarian King used the ability, Iron Fisting straight into this base, knocks apart that enemy Archer Queen, and with the log launcher rolling through, we'll be able to even get a few shots off on that enemy clan castle. That is going to be a lot of great damage early on for this Garadicus push.
Yeah, the ice golems are tanking perfectly, but at the same time, though, this X-bow locked onto the queen is obviously a huge problem. Now it's all coming down to the queen pathing. He has a freeze left if he wants to use it, but at the same time, the queen without her ability is not as crazy anymore, and the queen is going down. Multi-Inferno Tower staying up is not the greatest news for him. There is the freeze to make sure that the Inferno Tower is not dealing as much damage anymore. And now he needs to use those hastes to get into this town hall to make sure the town hall is dropping as quickly as possible. There is the warn. Oh, really late warn ability. Perfect timing right there. And now it's only about the scatter shot.
Oh, it's about nothing at this point. Garadicus just whomped on this space. Space Station are back in action. Another 3-star strike from them, and that is a commanding start against Team Zex. Really great plan here and plenty of time for cleanup on the outer edge. Haste spells, and like you mentioned, the perfect Grand Warden ability to protect those loons hovering over that town hall. Giga Explosion, nothing when you've got the Eternal Tome to keep you safe. The holy words of wisdom from the Grand Warden held true after all.
Yeah, I just love those attacks. Like, I just love to watch those attacks. Those creative attacks with those lightnings, then like bringing a golem to the heroes to make them even stronger. Even the log launcher, mixing them in. And then the backhand with Lalo. Beautiful attack right there from Garadicus. Really showing off how to use this strategy. And this means Space Station being 2 out of 2, looking strong. I want to say, yet again, versus the Team Zex team, because it happened earlier already. Question, though, is mindset. Like, if you would be in this situation, Woody, and you already played this team, the last time they perfected you, and now you're behind quite a bit, what is that doing to your mindset? Like, is it like, I don't care, just keep going, or I feel like it has some impact?
Yeah, it has a strong impact, and I gotta say it's a negative one. I would not at all want to go up against Space Station Gaming right after they got a perfect war against me. For Team Zex, you know that they're going to be rallying a bit better probably than I could, but given that they got just a 2-star 79% off of their first hit, this is not going to be an easy spot for them to squeeze out of. They are like a mouse that has just been cornered and trapped, nowhere really left to run. They're going to have to do some acrobatic work and pull off some Tom and Jerry style of antics to get out of this position.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy indeed, but we have the next attack coming up against this base from Agent, and we have a, wait a second, Hydra attack it looks like, with 2 clone spell. Okay, let's take a look at how he's going to try to make that work. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 ground expos near the core, which typically is, well, not that great versus air. But let's see if he can still make that work.
Yeah, they just become essentially gold storages sitting there in the middle, right? Not able to shoot back at any attacking troops. Very strange to see the sort of base design by Agent 33. Super big open compartments. Should make things pretty easy for a more like spam-based attack, and that's what Soichi has brought here. It's going to be the Hydra army with 6 dragons and 3 dragon riders. Not even going to have to rely on the queen charge in here. Instead, she's going to make a Sui dive in top corner and knocks out the entire compartment. Really great value for a dive when you don't even have to crack around the walls.
Yeah, and the angle how he's sending in those dragons, I like that quite a bit, because with this angle he's taking down all of those 4 ground expos, which is then around giving this Royal Champion a lot of power going into the back end, because with no threat of having those ground expos against you, it is really, really powerful then for the Royal Champion, because you can stay alive way longer. But at the same time, yet again, the Queen is staying alive for so long, took down so many dragons, and this is not going to be easy. Wait, no, there was an ice golem, right? There was not a swag or misclick freeze right at the top left.
Yeah, that was an ice golem popping way bigger there. Soichi still, with just a minute 30, has done a huge amount of damage against this base really, really quickly. But as you mentioned, it is it's coming down to the wire. Both the Royal Champion and the Grand Warden are super damaged, and I don't think that Dragon Rider is going to be holding off for long. Fortunately for him, though, Cannon can't shoot up.
Oh,
that's it. There's no defenses left, Itsu.
No,
just avoid those traps, though.
At this point, it's like hoping for no giant bombs and hoping for no black mines. Otherwise, this attack might just turn super quickly. So the Royal Champion is just hopping. The Dragon Rider at the bottom side. Maybe there was a Tesla, black mine in the Tesla farm. Not really sure. But the Royal Champion did it at the top left. Red ball running across.
No! No, the giant bomb! She goes down into. Can't handle another hit like that. All right, we're fine. We're fine. Breathe, Woody. Soichi gets the 3-star after all by the narrowest margin of any attack that we'd seen. Just like if you sneezed on that Dragon Rider, I'm pretty sure it would just explode in a giant fireball of death. One little tiny minion joined in there, but his buddy going down to the red air bomb as well. That was a close one, Itsu.
That was a super close one. Like those giant bombs at the end were quite interesting. I mean, that was so close. Only one more black mine, and this attack would have been turned on its head. Like, that was so close. Either way, getting that 3-star is important for them to somehow stay close to Space Station. But I feel like history repeats. We had the exact same situation earlier today, and we always said, like, okay, just keep 3-star and you might be able to stay close to Space Station. You just have to hope for a fail. And then they 3-starred 5 times in a row. So if Space Station can do that again, we have to wait for that one. But we have Nick coming in next with the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders onto the base of Takana. And this is...
Hello!
Too much Inferno Towers.
Yeah, not wasting a single second here. Nick has just dropped everything right out the gate. The Eternal Tome popped. Rage spells as well. Right onto the Town Hall. Gonna drop it with those balloons, but there's no protection from them. Dragon Rider retreats as the Giga Inferno bomb explodes. Poison is out there, but it's not taking too many troops down for Nick, who is just on a rampage through the space. Berserker! Drop every spell you got and send the Dragon Riders in. Freeze it up, and Inferno Tower's gonna knock down an Eagle Artillery as well. Dragon Riders and Inferno Beams heating up on everything, Itsu!
Yeah, we have the scatter shot on the back end, and there's just so much, especially the Warden inside this Tesla form can be really deadly. When we have these skeleton spells again for the back end, which are so powerful to tank the defenses, which has a lot of damage, but not that high fire rate. And this is exactly what this Warden is. With the Royal Champion ability and even the Queen ability left, he should get the 3-star onto this base of Tarkana, making it work. The skeleton trap, though, is delaying things longer. But to be honest, Royal Champ is just easily cleaning things up. And this means another 3-star for Space Station, and they keep smashing bases.
Jolly old St. Nicholas brings a great early summer Christmas present for Space Station Gaming. Another 3-star continues the path to the perfect war once again. They may have faltered to Nishang Dance, but there are 2 teams moving on from this group, and it is looking ever more likely that Space Station will be one of them.
It's looking good like that. They're just not failing, it seems like. But it's now back to Team Zex, and if they keep 3-starring, maybe they have the chance. Maybe they have the chance of finally defending the first time against Space Station. Already 8 attacks, 8 out of 8 attacks, Space Station so far. Today, just today, 8 out of 8 attacks were 3-stars from Space Station on the basis of Team Zex. This is not the best hit rate for the base builders, I want to argue, but Space Station maybe is just that good.
I think so. Another 3-star from Team Zex, and they'd still be behind. Defenses from Space Station didn't hold up against Nishang Dance, but Team Zex is a different story. Not any shade thrown at them, but I think that their bases are deep. The roster that Space Station has brought here is capable to go the distance. This is certainly a squad that has been in the game a little bit longer than Team Zex has at the highest levels for esports, reconfiguring their setup and finding lots of support to draw upon. And I think that that is really an advantage that you can happily rely upon for if you have to go down to the lower bracket and fight your 3rd war of the day. It seems that Space Station is leveraging that really well. And Team Zex, maybe slightly newer, maybe in an underdog position, fighting back and fighting hard against their countrymen there from Repotted Gaming, but just like running up against a really tough obstacle now. And I don't know. There's 20 different ways to say this, Itsu, but I think Space Station have the lead right now, and it's going to be tough for Team Zex to make a comeback.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Pretty simple point right there. And this is how things are looking like. Still, you never know. I mean, that's why it's Clash of Clans. You never know. Those upsets are happening so often, and there's always the chance of getting those defenses in, getting those 3-stars in, obviously as well. And we have the next attack on our way. And this is going to be another Dragon with Dragon Rider attack combination. And this is actually one of those qualifier bases. Is it? Wait, I think it is, right? Or at least it's pretty similar, I want to say. It's really similar because we have a close setup. I remember, I think Team Inquisition ran a similar base versus the Finnish team. And this blimp from the top left into the town hall direction was super baited. I think it's going to happen again, depending on where he's sending this blimp from.
Well, dragons are clumped in the center, and that's not bad news for a Grand Warden as long as this tome gets used relatively early to protect from this multi-target Inferno. Yep, there it goes. Pops it and grabs everything in that life aura as well. Archqueen out along the bottom left section is unfortunately going to be left in a lurch. No support over there, and she is going to be going down relatively quickly. But SQU is a mastermind with these aerial assaults, going in super hard against the town hall now, but doesn't quite take it down. Not holding on to any siege machines to send in additional firepower out into that corner. Itsu, are we about to witness a 1-star thanks to that epic Tesla farm defense in the right corner?
I mean, yes, the Royal Champion. Wait, he's sending the Royal Champion from the top side? I'm not sure if that's the right choice. Yes, one freeze. Yes, one freeze. He should be able to get the tunnel, but I feel like the biggest game changer is that the Queen went down. That the Queen went down is super huge for the defender. Royal Champion ability now. Is he able to dodge the tunnel poison? Nope. That Royal Champion is running right into that tunnel poison. And this Woody looks like another defense.
Defense is holding up. Last little bit of oomph there from the Grand Warden taken down. Whenever you see air defenses still standing at the end of an aerial attack like this, it's not a good sign at all. And I'm wondering what caught SQU by surprise, whether it was the Tesla farm or unanticipated trap placement in the mid. He started off really powerful in there, but maybe he was hoping that the Battle Blimp would finish off the Town Hall, and then he could use the Royal Champion for that air defense on the bottom. Do you think that that could have been a plan that would have brought victory if he had been able to take out the Town Hall earlier?
Yeah, I think that could have worked, but really the Town Hall had to go down. I feel like this is the main objective of those blimps, and if this is not getting achieved, it's really tricky to come back from that one. Like, you have to invest so much of getting the Town Hall down, and you already have invested so much. So it's not an easy thing for sure, but this is another defense. I'm kind of surprised that they went for this attack. As I said, this setup is super common. You have like this narrow base, which is typically perfect for this type of attacks. And then you have this really nice and big eagle compartment, which looks really good to send your heroes in. But this is just way too obvious. I feel like this is just way too obvious, and it looks already so baited. So I'm super surprised that teams are falling for this, because we have seen this now many times, that exactly those entries on those bases are getting baited with those NATO traps. So surprised overall by the approach. Well, still GG's to Space Station for making sure that this type of bait works, because it's not easy to make sure that most of those angles of the blimp are getting covered, and this is exactly what they did. So GG's to them for sure.
Well, what is frustration and difficulty for Team Zex is surprise and elation for Space Station, able to get another pickup on defense that time. They have a 2-star lead going into the late war, and that bodes very, very well. Even if they miss the triples here at the end, they could still get a decisive win if they keep that percentage high. Marinal is not one to throw away a single star, though. So with the Battle Blimp going straight for the Town Hall, we'll get the crash in for the early first star. Explosion there is even going to miss some of the balloons thanks to the air sweeper pushing them away from that big damage site. And Marinal will be able to hold on for a lot of his offensive oomph onto the late stage of this raid. Another skeleton spell ready to be deployed. Maybe distraction for that scattership up top with another 3 free spells. Still keeping the Royal Champion in tow for the cavalry. But she has arrived, Itsu.
She has arrived indeed. With those backhand spells, things are still looking good. Yet we have those really heavy defenses again on the backhand with the Warden, with the scatter shot, and those are so perfect to tank with those skeletons. So this spell is just so strong for the backhand to empower this Royal Champion even more. At the same time, the Warden keeps staying up, and the Warden might be the big game changer right now, because it's not falling. It's sniping the Queen, it sniped the Warden, and now it even snipes the Royal Champion. Or
really? No.
Wait a second,
they trade. Wow. Beautiful result for Marinal. Maybe the game-saving strike there from that Royal Champion. She's sacrificing herself, Itsu! But she gets the job done. Goes down, and she'll be dazed and out of this competition, but maybe she'll get a pickup from those minions and archers to help carry her back to the base. Be careful. He's a hero.
But the point is Space Station getting 3 stars versus Team Zex, and it is just like not stopping. Team Zex has no chance of defending Space Station. They're fighting those entries non-stop, and we saw already earlier versus Nishang Dance that it is possible to defend Space Station, but Team Zex just has no answer to those attacks. And we have Lexnos coming in last. I think he's going to try another Queen Charge Dragon Rider again. I feel like this time around he's going to use their Coconut Loon really early and going to wait a bit longer with those healers, I feel. But still, like, you have to say he's really, really good with those Queen Charge Dragon Rider attacks, as long as those healers survive the first couple of seconds. And, well, Team Zex already having 2 fails. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, not at all. Space Station really just have to put another couple stars up on the board, and it's an easy walk away now for Team Zex. And this is exactly what was happening in your mind if you were a fan of Space Station. an hour ago, watching the defeat to Nishang dance, you were like, no, I know they're more capable than this. They ought to go on to the playoffs grand finals. What is happening right now? Well, you are seeing Space Station back in peak perfect form. Another opportunity for them to get a perfect war here on the table and really set a new storyline going into the grand finals. They'll have a day off regardless, but it looks like they have an easy chance now to move on over Team Zex.
Yep, that's how things are looking. But still, we want to see those last attacks, see what they're coming up with, what type of strategies they can bring to the table, and maybe see if they can get some more 3-stars, which would be great to see them getting it onto the level of Space Station. Because so far, Space Station is just, as you said in the beginning, on a whole different level, it seems like. So hoping for some 3-stars just to see that Team Zex is just showing their skill level. But they're bringing again this Dragon and Dragon Rider strategy. Are they going to do the same? Just go into a wall break into the Eagle and just blimp the tower? It seems to be like the same approach as last time. So let's see if this blimp reaches the target.
Archer Queen diving in, facing off against a Tesla farm out the left corner. Eagle Artillery, a big target to take down there, and you got to be thankful if you're a fan of Rita that the Barbarian King is out there to provide a little bit of bodyguarding here for this queen. No Ice Golem left now and no healers to support her either. It's just the Unicorn to try to keep her healthy and happy.
Healthy and happy. That's great news for the Unicorn. But at the same time, those Expos have different plans because this Unicorn is not healthy anymore. Queen is taking down the Air Speaker, which is great, but at the same time, this Expo is taking down that Queen. And now everything is relying on those dragons. And I don't know. I have to say I'm not a huge fan of those hero dive dragon attacks as long as you really sacrifice those heroes, because how many times do we have that those heroes actually finish off the base? It is so often. So keeping them alive is such an important thing in my opinion. So let's see how this clone blimp works. There is all of those clone loons, and they're taking down so much of this base booty.
And they just yeeted right out of there real quick as soon as that Town Hall got finished off. Raged up and out of there, pushed away by the Air Sweeper as well, and that's more good news for them. Means that they'll have another chance to fight on in this base. Grand Warden protecting 2 dragons overhead of the Archer Queen, finishing her off, and the Royal Champion on the assault, forced to pop out her ability, but that's not bad news for her. I think she's going to be able to path toward the back side of this base and finish it all off. Looks like a 3-star for Rita and Team Zex.
Getting that 3-star OP, making sure that they're at least getting some 3-stars on the board. They're going to increase on 10 stars. But considering that only 1 attack is left for both of those teams each, it is not going to be easy, and to be honest, not even doable depending on Space Station last attack, because there is a 2-star lead for Space Station at this point, and in addition to that, percentage lead as well. So maybe for Space Station, in theory, even a high percentage 1-star might be enough to win this match. Obviously, I don't think they want to go for a highest percentage 1-star. They want to go for those 3-stars. Lex is their last attacker. We're going to see what he's bringing to the table. If he's going again with those Queen Shots Dragon Riders with a lock launcher. He has done this the last 2 times in this playoff phase so far. And once successful, 1 time baited. We're going to see in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, only time we've seen a 1-star so far was when an all-in Hail Mary push was necessary to get the triple, to have a chance at victory. That didn't pan out, and I doubt we'll see Space Station taking a slip-up that results in a 1-star when all they need is to just get the 2 for the victory. And yeah, like you said, even a 1 with a high percentage might be enough, but hoping for their sake that that's not the case. We would have a lot to say about this next attack if Lexnos throws away that hard. But nevertheless, Space Station with a walk-away win opportunity and a perfect war, I think is the storyline that I would go with here. It's an opportunity to get 15 stars once again and confidently march into the Clash Masters Playoffs Grand Finals It's taking place in a couple of days. Remember, we've got great prizes on the line, and these teams know it, but the biggest prize of all is going to be that Clash of Clans World Championship Silver Wildcard ticket. You got to be in it if you want a chance to win it, and you have to win this war if you want to move on.
Yes, you have to win this match, and this is the last chance as well. Like, so far, most of those teams had this second life, which means it's the double elimination bracket. They had the second chance, but they already had this chance to them, which means there's no chance for those teams anymore. Using the rage to keep that queen alive, he's having right now not the lockdown to selected. Instead, he is having the blimp right now. So let's wait where he is going in. Rocket Dunes are coming in. Is he going to make sure? Yep, okay, he's just going to use that queen ability. Not going to risk anything. He wants to keep that queen alive. And with this clan castle, he was just way too afraid. But wait a second. That eagle is on his healers. And this might be really bad news for Lex again.
He's used the poison to take out the enemy super minions, but Queen is not diving into that compartment quick enough. There has been a retarget now as Lexnos will use the Eternal Tome to protect from those eagle shots, but like you said, those healers are not in a comfortable position at all. As long as he can get this Town Hall down, though, the Archer Queen might still be able to get enough value out of this charge to finish this thing off, but Lexnos is in a terrifying spot. Needs to get these Dragon Riders safe and onto the backside real quick. Scattershot is locked onto the Archer Queen, and that's pretty good news for the main phase of this attack as Lexnos will continue to push on in with the Royal Champion, Itsu.
With that Royal Champion pushing through, but those Black Mans on the back end hitting those Dragon Riders hard, but the Queen staying alive with really good spell usage. Royal Champion ability not even used just yet, and still with an invisibility spell left to use. I feel like this is another 3-star for Space Station with that Royal Champion versus the back end. Now getting used. Really nice reset. One auto take on the cannon, then right away using that Royal Champion ability exactly how you do it. But now this Royal Champion needs to get this Archer Tower. If the Archer Tower goes down, he has done it, and there's the invisibility spell. And we have another perfect. Space Station getting the 15 stars against Team Zex. Not once, but twice in this playoff bracket. And I feel like this is... I don't know how it would feel like having to face Space Station twice and getting twice perfect stars, like 15 stars against me. That's upsetting.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Grab your broomsticks, sweeps, because Lexnos has done it. An absolute sweep with a perfect war. 15 stars claimed by Space Station Gaming, and they are going on warp drive run to the Clash Masters Playoffs Grand Finals, victorious over Team Zex with an unstoppable offense. They will have one more time to defend in the final attack of the day. A walk-away consolation prize for Team Zex trying to get that last 3-star to show up again. They will get an impressive prize for their performance today, but elimination in the lower bracket will be their ultimate fate, Itsu.
Yep, that is going to be their fate, but still, they have to attack one more time. If I'm not completely mistaken, I think this should be Takana again, who so far has done incredible attacks, like really creative approaches. Once it worked, once it did fail. So let's see what he can bring to the table this time around, though, in this last attack versus Space Station. And let's figure out what the strategy might look. Takana it is, and it is a Queen Charge Mass Hog Rider. Let's go, Woody. I'm excited.
The last of the day, the final word belongs to Takana. Battle Blimp, quick early charge, no invisibility to protect and support. Instead, it's just going to be rage! Rage against the dying of the light, Takana! Your team may be eliminated, but you've got one more hit left. You've got one more way to say, as your Suicide Squad performance, that you made a mark here today. You found your chance for a triple. Are you gonna take it?
This Hound is going down inside that poison, but at the same time, the Scatter staying alive is a huge game changer. because this is not in reach for that queen. So he has to change the plan on the fly. He has to adapt and see what is next. What are his options? He has 2 wall breakers and 1 jump. What is he going to do? Sending some hogs, sending maybe some, I don't know, loons onto the scatter. We're going to see in a couple of seconds. Maybe now the raged with loons onto the scatter. He has to do something because this scatter otherwise might take down a big part of those of the HP of the healers. There are those loons coming in, but the scatter is retargeting. Is it going to work? Red bomb, but this loon is connecting, and now those healers are under attack, so he has to freeze that scatter shot, and this is already a lot of investment for this one scatter shot not going down, and he has no coconut loons now for his charge, Woody.
Terrifying miss and a bit of a dicey panic situation now, as so much time has been spent on this stage 1 hit, and we still have an Eagle Artillery up, we still have a Town Hall up, we still have multi-Infernos and enemy heroes still standing. This is gonna be a real tough run, a race to the finish for Takana, but here they come! Woo! Going in hot! Oh my god! What just happened? Sprung away! Giant bombs! Egg on his face! Takana, wipe it off! You've got more work left to do, my friend! The Town Hall's still standing! Ah! What are we watching?
Town Hall going down with the last spear of that Royal Champion. The Hawk Riders have not too much fun in this one. Again, the Queen on defense being the MVP. And this is going to be a crazy defense. It won't change the outcome of this match. It's going to be 15-12. Again, I think, right? It was the score already before as well. And this is an impressive showing. And Space Station deserved is going to take this 2nd spot to get into the next round, next stage of those playoffs.
Yeah, Space Station showing there on defense that not only can they soar above with that attack, but they can jettison their opponents into the nether dimension. Springtraps sending those hogs back to their home base. That attack just really went nowhere fast. It's a great defense to cap this thing off, and a perfect war for Space Station Gaming means that they get a good solid opportunity in the Clash Masters Playoffs Grand Finals. That's going to be all of the wars that we have today, but we've got a little bit more to dig into before all is said and done. What are your closing thoughts here, Itsu?
I think we should take a look one more time at the bracket and figure out which teams made it into the next stage. So we had a lot of great matches today. Nishang Dance winning twice, getting that number 1 seed out of this group. This was just Group A. Number 1 seed out of this, Space Station. Number 2 seed out of this being, number 1 seed being Nishang Dance. Number 2 seed being Space Station. And tomorrow we have Group B with even more matches, a lot of top matches as well to go. And then we're going to see and figure out what those matchups are going to be moving forward then on Wednesday.
2 days of grilling competition left in the Clash Masters playoffs. It is a tough run through this group stage, but Group A has been finalized. We've got the same sort of action coming at you tomorrow with Group B, another amazing squad of players that have, you know, include among them World Championship squads. So I think that we can take a quick peek at the Group B bracket and see what is coming up tomorrow. Itsu, you want to show us what we got?
We have incredible matches. Just take a look at that. Starting off with fan favorites number 1, Queen Walkers facing off against Aphelion Esports. Right after that, HT Family versus Alternate. And then obviously the winners of those 2 matches are going to face off against each other. I feel like most of the viewers in the chat are hoping for a Queen Walkers versus Alternate matchup. That would be just incredible. And then the same thing as today. We have the lower bracket then. And we have 2 spots, the number 1 and the number 2 seed of Group number B as well. And then those are matching up against those teams of the Group A, which means seed number 1 on Group A versus seed number 2 on Group B, and the other way around then again for the other 2 seeds. So amazing matches ahead, and I just cannot wait for all of this to happen, Woody.
Yeah, I hope we can throw up that prize graphic one more time and get a chance to see what's on the line here, because the teams competing today have won some great monetary rewards, making it down into the 5th, 8th place. You get $250, but the teams that are going to be going on up to $5,000 in a $20,000 total prize pool event, with half of that given out this week. Congratulations to the 2 teams that earned that $250 prize today, but we have got a lot more left to say with a Clash of Clans World Championship Silver Wildcard ticket on the line for the last chance qualifier. An opportunity to get a satellite entry into $1 million prize pool event. It's been a real joy casting that, and I'm really appreciative of all the teams that came in today and gave their best. It's been a tough qualification few weeks, but 2 teams still remain from Group A, and we are ready to wrap it up now. Make sure to follow us here to get more news about events that are going to be coming in the next couple of days and watch the action as it unfolds. You can also check in with us over on social media. Instagram and Facebook and Twitter have both all got giveaways for you if you're interested in getting a little bit of Clash merch yourself. But thanks also to chat, which has been really fun to engage with today and watch as these battles unfold. The community really makes this magical, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Woody, and I'm casting alongside Itsu. You want to close this thing out for us, man?
Sounds good. You don't want to miss that tomorrow because, as Woody already said, we have so many good matches. And then we're going to see how those final matches and final matchups are going to look like. So thank you so much for all of you guys for watching. Make sure to tune in tomorrow again, the same time. We're going to see you there. See ya then, and Clash on.